Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, I'll call to order the 17th meeting of City Council. I will start with our land acknowledgement. We acknowledge that we are gathered on the traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, Lenape-Pewak, and Attawandaron peoples. We honor and respect the history, languages, and culture of the diverse Indigenous people who call this territory home. We acknowledge all of the treaties that are specific to this area: the Two-Row-Wampum Treaty of the Haudenosaunee Confederacy Silver Covenant Chain, the Beaver Hunting Grounds of the Haudenosaunee-Nanfan Treaty of 1701, the McKee Treaty of 1790, the London Township Treaty of 1796, the Huron Tract Treaty of 1827 with the Anishinaabe, and the Dish with One Spoon Covenant Wampum of the Anishinaabe and Haudenosaunee. The three Indigenous nations that are neighbors to London are the Chippewas of the Thames First Nation, the Oneida Nation of the Thames, and the Munsee Delaware Nation, who all continue to live as sovereign nations with individual and unique languages, cultures, and customs. Further, the City of London is committed to making every effort to provide alternate formats and communication supports for meetings upon request. To make a request specific to this meeting, please contact councilagenda@london.ca or 519-661-2489, extension 2425. I will start with disclosures of pecuniary interest from colleagues. Councillor Van Meerbergen, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm declaring a conflict on the 16th report of the Planning and Environment Committee, specifically item 7 on the council agenda, but more specifically 3.5 from the actual agenda, referring to 50 King Street and 399 Rideout Street, as I have immediate family that live very close by to the proposed development.
Okay. Councillor Frank?
Thank you, yes. And I'll be declaring a conflict of interest for the 25th report of SPPC, item number 6, in regards to the London Transit Commission, as I have immediate family who applied for the role.
Okay, thank you. I'll just ask the committee chairs to note those items for when you present your reports. Any others? All right. Seeing none, we're going to proceed with the thing I skipped, which is our O Canada singer. That's what happens when you leave town for a day. You forget how to do everything. But this will be very exciting. Catherine Fisher has just participated in the Folk Music Ontario Conference held in London last week. Hailing from London, Ontario, Catherine writes songs for souls with big feelings. Catherine's debut full-length album, Great Loves, was released November 2022 and has garnered over 100,000 streams and over 10,000 listeners worldwide. From coast to coast, she has played over 200 shows, from festival stages at Winnipeg Folk to living rooms with So Far Sounds. In summer 2024, Catherine will begin collaborating with Ontario Parks to bring the first ever musical tour to Ontario parks across the province. Please join me now in welcoming Catherine, who will now perform the national anthem for us, and we'll all rise. Thank you.
O Canada, our home on native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north, strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for
Okay, there are no recognitions for today. There are no review of confidential matters to be considered in public, which brings us to council in closed session. Colleagues will see that there are 6 items on the agenda for council in closed session. I will look for a mover to move into closed session. Councillor Rahman, seconded by Councillor Ferreira. Any discussion? Okay, we'll open the vote to move into closed session.
I vote yes.
Closing the vote, motion carries 14-0.
Okay, thanks, colleagues. We'll move to room 5 for closed session, and we will return for the public as soon as we're done. Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, on to item 5, which is the confirmation and signing of the minutes of the previous meetings. We have 2 meetings to do minutes for, the 15th and the 16th, 15th regular meeting, 16th special meeting. I'll look for a mover of both of those minutes. Moved by Councillor Cuddy, seconded by Councillor McAllister. Any discussion on the minutes? Okay, we'll open that for voting as soon as it's ready.
Vote, motion carries 14-0.
Communications and petitions, we have a number of items, as we normally do. There is a motion drafted to refer all of those to the relevant items in the committee agenda within the committee reports. I'll look for a mover to do that. Councillor Rahman, seconded by Councillor McAllister. Any discussion on that? Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes. Go ahead, Councillor Van Meerbergen.
Just for consistency, since I declared a conflict, if you could call 6.2 so I can abstain on 6.2 if you do that separately.
We're just going to do that now, Councillor. So, Councillor, just so you know, we're going to do everything except 6.2 first. So this is the one that you're not declaring on. And as soon as that's ready, I'm going to open it for voting. I'm going to use the same mover and seconder if you're both comfortable. Great. Okay, we'll open that as soon as it's ready. And it'll be on everything except what Councillor Van Meerbergen asked for separate.
Closing the vote, motion carries 14-0.
Okay, and if the mover and seconder don't mind, I'll use you for 6.2 as well. Yes? Okay. So that was Councillor Rahman and McAllister. So this will be on 6.2, which is the correspondence related to 50 King and 399 Rideout to be referred to the relevant committee item. As soon as that is ready, we will open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 13-0 with 1 recuse.
Okay, item 7 is motions to which notice is given. We have none, so we're into the committee reports. The first report is the 15th report of the Community and Protective Services Committee. I'll turn it over to Chair Pelosi to present the report.
Thank you, Your Worship. I've been given no notice to pull any of the items, so I'm happy to put items, all the items on the floor.
Okay, would anybody like anything dealt with separately from the Community and Protective Services Committee report? Okay, seems like we can proceed.
Okay, thank you. All items were unanimous votes at committee, including a staff presentation we received for the rent supplement and housing allowance programs to a portable benefit system. Had a good conversation, and no wording was changed in any of the motions before you.
Great. Any discussion? Okay, seeing none, we'll open the approval.
Councillor Trosso? Thank you. Closing the vote, motion carries 14-0.
Thank you, and that concludes the 15th report of the Community and Protective Services Committee.
Thank you. The 14th report of the Works Committee, I'll turn it over to Chair Rahman to present the report.
Thank you, and through you, I'm presenting the 14th report of Civic Works Committee. We had five items on that report. All of those items passed unanimously at committee. I'll look to put all those items forward. The discussion that took place was mostly along with the joining of the Smart Commute program, where we had a staff update as well as some discussion.
Okay, the chair is willing to put them all on the floor. I'll just make sure no one wants anything dealt with separately. Okay, seeing none, then that's so moved by the chair. Any discussion or comment? Okay, we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 14-0.
Thank you, and that concludes my report.
2 for 2. That's great. I just set everyone else up for failure. I apologize for that. I'll go to Deputy Mayor Lewis to present the SPPC reports. There's 2 in a row here. I recognize the first one is probably fairly easy to do, but I'll let you present them.
Yes, the first one is the 24th report to the Special Strategic Priorities and Policy Committee. This was a completely in-camera meeting. Obviously, there will be a report out to council at the end of this session. So the only thing I have to put on the table at this moment is the disclosures of pecuniary interest, of which there were none.
Okay, so that's moved by the chair. I can't imagine there's discussion on that, so we're going to open that for approval.
Closing the vote, motion carries 14-0.
And through you, Your Worship, I will now put the 25th report of the Strategic Priorities and Policy Committee on the floor, noting that Councillor Frank has declared a conflict on item 6. That's 4.2 from the agenda, consideration of appointments to London Transit. So I am prepared to put 1 through 8, excluding 6, on the floor.
Would anybody else like anything further dealt with separately? Councillor Ferreira, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, I'd like to pull item 7 or 4.3, the lobby registrar on this.
Yep, we can deal with that separate. Anything else separate? Go ahead, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I'd like to pull 8, please.
Okay. Anything further? Okay, I'll let the Deputy Mayor put forward a motion then.
All right, so I will move 1 through 5 of the 25th report of the SPPC.
Okay, that's on the floor. Any discussion on items 1 through 5? Okay, seeing none, we'll open items 1 through 5 for.
Closing the vote, motion carries 14-0.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will now put item 6, the consideration of appointments to the London Transit Commission, on the floor.
Okay, the appointments are on the floor. Any discussion? Okay, seeing none, we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 12-1 with recuse.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will now put item 7 on the floor.
Okay, item 7 is on the floor by the chair. Discussion. Go ahead, Councillor Ferreira.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I'd like to just speak to this before we have to go for another year wait, but I will be bringing back in a year if it gets voted down. So I just wanted to say, I thought, to everyone here that we had an understanding with our role as elected officials with our constituents. And that is to work within the best interest of everybody that we represent. And to do that, we need to inform people and be transparent with our work. So we have to add a critical level of oversight. As it was said on committee, we are moving very fast. We're building a lot. There's a lot of initiatives going on. And at this light speed that I've heard be said countless times again, we need to peer into that black box, as a councillor said at that committee, and punch a little hole into that and give a little window, a little look for the people of the city to be able to see us. So, reiterating what I said, we're not a small city anymore. We're a big city. We have a housing crisis. We're moving very fast. We have big, significant projects. And we have to completely understand that we're on a different landscape here. And the way we need to manage that landscape is we need to add these layers and levels of oversight, because things are different than they were before. So this is why I'm saying, I've heard you say we're a big city. I've heard people say that we want to open the public in and increase engagement. This is a good tool. This is a good step that we can bring forward. And we're not deciding to bring it forward right now. We are asking staff to come back and tell us what the cost will be. How will it work? What would be considered a constituent matter? What would be considered a matter that is not a constituent matter? We need to get the information. If we're just going to not allow ourselves to get that type of information, then what are we doing here? So we should at least ask staff to look into this matter. You know, I ask, you know, who else has done it? And I gave, in the motion that Councillor Frank and I put on the floor, we have a bunch of cities, but the cities that we should really reference here are the big cities, like Toronto. They're actually municipally, statutorily required to have a lobbyist registry. The city of Ottawa, another big city. The city of Brampton, another big city. The city of Hamilton, another big city. Cities that are comparable to us. So I ask, why not? Why not also do this? We're not a leader in this field. I like the city to be a leader in many of the initiatives that we do. But this is one that we're a little bit behind the 8 ball. So I think that we should consider at least going to staff and asking staff to bring back the report as it is suggested in the motion that Councillor Frank put on the floor. So that's what I'm saying. Oh, I must speak to some of the comments and big assumptions. I wish that some of the councillors that commented on SPPC would have at least contacted me before the meeting so we could have had a discussion, because I had very few people contact me. And some of the things that I'd like to address. This is, it's a solution in search of a problem, or it's virtue signaling. It's not. It's not a solution in search of a problem. It's not virtue signaling. We need to be really aware of how we reflect our own projections when we speak here on council. This motion is intended to become an indirect line to constituents in order to provide information, which grants people who live here and put us here the power of knowledge. And that will give them confidence. And that confidence will translate into the vote in voter engagement and turnout when we come time to election. That's the link. So all of you, I'm sure, have heard at the door during your campaign, during your canvassing, that people said to you, my vote doesn't matter. Why would I do, what's the point? What's the difference? That says to me a lack of confidence in their elected representatives, in their municipal government. This will give some confidence back. So if we're serious about what we're trying to do, let's give that confidence back to the people who put us here. So I would really like the vote to go to have staff come back and let us know what are all the details for this registry. Shutting it down now is not the way we do things. We need to be aware and we need to have all the information. So please.
30 seconds.
I'll end it there. Please vote for the registry.
Okay, and colleagues, I just have to clarify something that is incorrect in eScribe on this matter. If you looked at the eScribe, it came up in a very odd way, which is not normal. It came up with our Deputy Mayor Lewis moving, the motion failed, and then the original motion. And so that's not actually what we're presenting before us. It's not how it works. Something did not make it through committee. The only thing that should be there is actually receiving the councillor's communication. And so the item before us is receiving the councillor's communication. The item was defeated at committee. It never actually made it to council. I just want to be clear because that's not what it said on eScribe. We're just fixing that up. And if you refresh your screen, I think that should be clear. I just don't want anybody to read the screen and not think they're voting on something that isn't there. So, so the committee's recommendation was receive the communication from Councillor Ferreira and Councillor Frank, with respect to the lobbyist registry, the motion to implement or move forward with the suggested item in the letter was defeated in committee. Okay. All right. Yes, well, you've spoken, but just because of that clarification, I'll find out what you're asking.
Just a quick question. How would I put the motion back on the floor to re-vote on it?
Okay, so the committee did not take no action on it. It defeated the suggestion, but there was no motion to say take no further action. So there's not a take no further action before us for you to defeat. So you could amend the committee's report from just receiving the communication to putting the motion at the committee back on the floor. I will let you do that now. I don't want you to speak to it again because you've already just spoken to it. And the only reason I'm allowing it is because of the awkward wording that was on the screen, and you may not have known what you could or couldn't do here. So I'll let you put the motion on the floor. I can look for a seconder if that's what you'd like to do. You have to stand up and say that's what you'd like to do, and then we'll move forward. But I don't want another 5 minutes of discussion.
Thank you, Your Worship. I appreciate that. I would move to put the original motion on the floor.
So that was the motion at committee. And given it's not on the agenda, so no one can see it, I don't know if Councillor, I would prefer you read it. If you go to the report, it's actually there, the original motion. If you'd like, I could have the clerk read it for you if you don't have it in front of you. Okay. Could you read that?
Thank you, through your worship, that the civic administration be directed to conduct a review and present a report on the feasibility, purpose, and associated expenses of implementing a mandatory municipal lobbyist registry. The review should encompass the establishment of a publicly accessible electronic portal for tracking lobbying activities within the municipality, the appointment of a registrar responsible for overseeing the registry, registration rules, potential exemptions, penalties, fines, enforcement mechanisms, and general provisions related to lobbying regulations.
Okay, is there a seconder for that? Councillor Frank's willing to second. Okay, Councillor Ferreira, I'm going to deem you of having spoken to that because you spoke for about 5 minutes. I'll look for then, with the move and second motion, which is it's an amendment to add to the committee's recommendation. So I'll look for speakers on that now. Go ahead, Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship, and I want to thank the two councillors for bringing this forward, and I'm glad to see that it's being brought back here at council to have a report back. I know 8 years ago when I came on council, we put in a motion to look into an integrity commissioner as well as a lobbyist registry. And obviously, after that time, provincially, it was mandated that all municipalities have an integrity commissioner. But I think it's really worth considering, again, a lobbyist registry. And the reason I'm supporting this, 8 years later, we know technology has changed. We know our city has grown. We know we have changed as a council. And being transparent and accountable is a way of having this lobbyist registry implemented. Large cities, Ottawa, Toronto, Brampton, Hamilton, all have these lobbyist registries. And to have a report back, give us the information to see if this is something that will make us accountable and transparent. There's nothing wrong with lobbying. I think it is, we know as councillors, we are constantly being lobbied. It is a way of being transparent and accountable to the public that has elected us to represent them, who we are meeting. This is, to me, a great opportunity as we are changing as a city to see if this can be something that can assist us in being as transparent and accountable to the people that elected us. So I'm hoping we could at least support a report coming back to us.
Okay, other speakers to this? Go ahead, Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I think I need to start by pointing out that we cannot compare ourselves to the City of Toronto. The City of Toronto is governed by the City of Toronto Act. They have special requirements and special powers that other municipalities in the province of Ontario do not have. So to compare us to Toronto is just not, it's apples and oranges. It is a completely different comparison. But I will say this, I don't need a staff report in Q2 of 2024, because that's what the clerk told us at committee would be the target date for them to bring us back, to tell us that we're going to need a minimum of 2, if not 3, FTEs in our direct in-house costs, on top of whatever the cost of the registrar themselves is. We are about to, in 7 weeks or so, see the tabling of a budget where we are going to have to say no to a lot of things. I don't need, frankly, another list of things we can spend money on when we have a whole list of things from policing and transit and housing that we need to spend money on. To add to that list with things that, quite frankly, did not come up at the door for me during the election. And there's no correlation in any data that I've seen that says a lobbyist registry increases voter turnout. And it's fine to say that some other big cities in Ontario have a lobbyist registry. There are other cities in Ontario that do not. Windsor down the highway from us to the south and west, Kitchener-Waterloo to the northeast. It is a matter of opinion of councillors as to whether or not it's warranted. But I will say this, because I've heard people make allusions towards the green belt interest as well. The lobbyist registry didn't uncover the green belt. The Auditor General of Ontario and the Integrity Commissioner of the provincial government uncovered that. We have an Integrity Commissioner for exactly the kind of concerns that people want to bring forward. And it is a very gray line between what is advocacy and what is lobbying. If the London Abused Women's Centre is advocating for us to keep the pillar of a safe city for women and girls in our strategic plan, is that lobbying? I would argue that it absolutely is. So when we want to discuss lobbying, where do you draw the line? And again, I don't need a staff report and staff time taken up to do that when we have a whole lot of reports we're waiting for them to complete, a whole lot of financial fiscal considerations that we're going to have to make in the budget, and we know that this is going to cost money. We know it's not going to be a small amount. We haven't even finished adjusting the staffing complement in our council offices to our 2-to-1 ratio. And now we're going to need to add again so that we have a staff person who can help manage the lobbyist registry forms that will have to be filed when we have a meeting. And the other piece of this is when you talk about lobbying versus advocacy, I'm not aware of a single individual in London who makes their living as a paid lobbyist, because we're not the federal government, we're not the Ontario legislature. So whether it is somebody who wants to build a building who's lobbying for their planning application, or somebody who wants something in the strategic plan, or a constituent who wants their playground in their park replaced, is it lobbying or is it advocacy? Where do you draw that line? To me, this is not the burning question of our time. And while I respect that the councillor disagrees, I'm entitled to my opinion too, and I do see it as simply political theater or virtue signaling. I don't see this as solving a problem that the residents of London have identified is a big problem for them. So I won't be supporting this. I encourage colleagues to stick with the committee recommendation, receive the communication, and let's move on to the things that we have to tackle.
Any other speakers on this? Councillor, I told you spoke, but if at the end, when everybody's done, if you feel like there was a misstatement or misinterpretation of your opinion, I will allow you to reply as per the procedure bylaw. But do you want, maybe you want to wait until there's no other speakers before you do that, because it's nice to do that right at the end in case there are others. Go ahead, Councillor Trosau.
So a registry may be expensive, and that's reason not to get a report as to how much it's going to cost. That makes no sense. We need a report about how much it's going to cost. And at that point, we can evaluate whether the benefits are worth it. Now, what is a registry? What exactly does it do? A registry is a database. It's a database system that tracks the lobbying of public officials. Okay, that's what it does. What's the purpose of it? The purpose of it is to give additional information to the public. There's no attribution of wrongdoing here. It's perfectly legal to lobby. It's perfectly legal. It's perfectly legal in most cases to donate to political campaigns, although we've seen exceptions to that. It's perfectly legal to meet with lobbyists over a variety of issues. This doesn't outlaw any of those things. This just gives the public more information about what's going on. We talk a lot about how we want to be more responsive to the public. We talk a lot about how we want to be more transparent and accountable. Well, maybe we need a lobbyist registry. Because even though these activities that I mentioned are legal, lobbying does, and let's face it, even here in London, which is not the province and which is not Toronto, lobbying does carry certain negative connotations. And the perceptions that members of the public have erodes confidence in our work. And if we could take this little step to restore confidence in our work, that's a good thing. And again, lobbying is a legitimate activity. Now, I really disagree that this overlaps with the Integrity Commissioner, because what this does is, without a person having to file a complaint, it gives them the ability to go online and check a database to get information. And we require under provincial law all of the candidates to file campaign disclosures. And people can look at the campaign disclosures, which, by the way, I hope you all do, because there's a lot of information in those, and I hope you look at them. Now, I think that what's that got to do with the lobby, with the lobby registry? It's a double check. You can look and you can see, are the people who gave money regularly contacting the counselor, or did they just give money because they're interested in good government? Well, let's not be foolish about this. There is some expectation, which is not to say it's illegal, and it's not to say it's wrong, but it's out there. And this is something that erodes confidence in our process as a municipal government. We need to at least cost out this lobby registry, and I think that the arguments that are being promoted by the opponents are disingenuous and should be rejected by a majority of this council. Thank you very much. I'll remain standing then.
There's a point of order. Let me address that. Go ahead. Point of order. I need the microphone, Councillor.
Sorry, it should have said point of personal privilege. It is
Point of personal
inappropriate
privilege
for a councillor to attribute the motives of a councillor's comment and describing them as disingenuous. They are made in genuine belief of my position on the matter, and that's not for another councillor to opinion on.
Point of personal privilege as well, because
let me deal with one at a time. Councillor Trossau, there's been a point of personal privilege about it described by the Deputy Mayor. I'll look to see if you want to adjust the way that you've said that.
I wasn't referring just to one person. I'm referring back to the whole big discussion. And my opinion is that the arguments that have been put forward, my honest opinion, is that the arguments that have been put forward is disingenuous insofar as the main argument is it's going to cost a lot, and what we're asking for is cost data. Yeah, I think that's disingenuous.
Okay, so here's what I'm going to do with the point of personal privilege is I believe I have two councillors who are very confident in their views of what they feel is the right thing to do, and both are being concerned about the language the other is using. So I'm going to just, both have major points. The point of personal privilege is dealt with, in my opinion, and we'll move on. Do you still have a point of personal privilege?
Thank you. Through you, I do. It passed, but I didn't call it at the time. But I was called out for virtue signaling and in search of a a problem with a solution, or a solution for a problem. I forget how it went. So that would be a point of personal privilege as well. So I don't know where we go from that.
So your concern is that in terms of virtue signaling and, sorry, what was the other one?
In search of a problem for a solution.
Okay, I'll go to the deputy mayor. There's some concerns with the commentary. You can explain yourself or you can retract something. Go ahead.
Yep, so I will point out that the quote that this is a problem in search of a solution, or a solution in search of a problem, was at committee, not at council today. So.
The virtue signaling piece.
The virtue signaling piece, I prefaced with, in my opinion, and I am entitled to my opinion on that, and it was not directed to a specific councillor. That was comment that I made at committee and in the media, and was saying that my opinion has not changed.
So I'm going to suggest to colleagues that perhaps we need to not be using the points of personal privilege so liberally. I think that there is debate that happens in this chamber that should be relatively open. I think that there's people who can take offense to the way that the word transparency was used. I think there's many things that people could call points of personal privilege on. I think, again, on an issue where there is a significant difference of opinion, I understand that councillors may have a personal viewpoint and want to reflect it in a way. And so as much as I will caution colleagues on using the point of personal privilege liberally, I'll also ask colleagues if you could be thoughtful in the language you use. Although it may be true, that is how you feel, if you can do your best to find another way to articulate that that is equally meaningful and contributive to the debate, I would appreciate that. But given what has been said so far, I'm not going to entertain this point of personal privilege further. I'm going to assume it's dealt with. I think both colleagues have said their piece. And if people aren't happy with that, they can challenge the chair. But I think it's time to move on with the discussion. And I'll say to everybody, there's differences of opinion here, but let's just try to use language that's reflective that that is acceptable, that is welcome, and we can have a difference of opinion without using language that others may see as inflammatory. And we'll try to respect each other a little bit. So I'm going to deem it dealt with. So you're good. You can sit down now. Perfect. I've done it too, so it happens. Okay. We're on to debate, though. So I just want to make sure Councillor Ferreira wants to address in the reply some stuff. I just want to make sure everybody's done discussing before I do that, because I don't want to have to go back to him a couple of times. Okay, everybody said their piece. Okay, Councillor Ferreira, if you feel like something was a misstatement or a misunderstanding of your position, you can clarify that in what's called a reply, but this is not a chance for further debate on the matter. And if you're good, you don't have to.
All right, thank you, Your Worship. Stop me if I'm skirting beyond what the confines of what you're saying. I just wanted to reply. I hear a lot of data. We need the data. I hear three FTE equivalents. I hear all this information, but I haven't seen that on a report. I feel like all the arguments that are coming off of this council right now do point towards getting that report back.
Okay, that's, just for clarity, that's not really a misstatement of your fact. I believe you believe that. I don't think anybody doesn't think that, but no one is saying that you're not suggesting that or believing that yourself. So that's, for future reference, colleagues, that's not a reply. Okay. We're going to vote now. Okay, so remember, this is the amendment that Councillor Ferreira and Councillor Frank are bringing forward to basically have the motion that was dealt with at committee dealt with again. So this is amending it to just receive the report. So on the amendment, we're going to open that for voting.
Closing the vote. Motion fails 6-8.
Okay, so back to the original motion, which is to receive the councillor's correspondence. That is still moved and seconded. Any discussion? No? Okay. We're going to open that for voting then.
Councillor Trosso. Closing the vote, motion carried 13-1.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will put item 8. This is the Establishing Homes Ontario on the floor.
Okay, this is the motion as passed by committee on the floor by the chair. Any discussion or comment on this? Go ahead, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I just wanted to say, while I appreciate the efforts of our MPP to find creative solutions to our housing crisis, I'm not supportive of telling our elected government that they should listen to the opposition. So I'll be voting no.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor McAllister.
Thank you, and through the chair. As I said at committee, I'm fully in support of this. I believe we have to use every tool at our disposal. This is an older tool. We've seen it work in the past. I think we should try it again. I think we need to come to the table with creative solutions to the housing crisis we're facing. I don't mind if this comes from the PCs, the Liberals, could come from the Greens. I don't mind, as long as we can all come to the table and put forward solutions to the crisis we're currently facing. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I just want to give my thanks to the committee for supporting this recommendation for creating a new public agency called Home Ontario to build 250,000 affordable homes. True affordable housing is what we all want and need in this city, and I too am really not concerned about what party is bringing this forward. It is really creating opportunities in our city to create true affordable housing on public land. So very supportive, and want to thank the committee as well.
Okay, I have Councillors Ferreira, Pribble, and Rahman so far.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will be in support of the committee recommended motion. We're in a housing crisis. It's all hands on deck. Partisan politics does not work here. I echo what Councillor McAllister and the other councillors has said on that regard. We need to use every single tool in the toolbox. We need to bring as much housing, especially affordable housing, the type of housing that this city needs, to London. So I would be fully in support of the committee recommendation.
Councillor Pribble.
Thank you. I just want to say I did not support it last time at the committee, and I spoke to it, and the reason why I'm not supporting it is because it doesn't have any substantial financial information, financial impact. So it's kind of it is very positive, no doubt, but it's kind of more of a wish list with no backing up of the financials and the impacts. One thing is that if this passes and the recommendation of the committee stands, I do want to reiterate when this is going to be debated at Queen's Park that again, we are not supporting. What we are supporting is the debate, exactly as the mayor stated in his motion. So I just want to make sure that if it's debated, that it's not supporting of this, because again, it will be very difficult to us to defend it if there is really no financial impacts and financial analysis which should be associated with such proposal. Thank you.
Councillor Rahman.
Thank you, and through you, and my comments were similar to Councillor Pribble's, that ultimately what is before us is that we support the House debating this issue and then following through with more evidence and more information as they go through the process of looking at it more thoroughly. So again, you know, I think we have to be open to ideas, no matter where they come from. I think we have to be open to having constructive discussions, both here and expect the same thing in the province. So I thank the member for bringing this to us for consideration. I'm grateful that we're all thinking along the same lines of how to be creative in a difficult time, and welcome this debate in the House. Thank you.
Councillor Cuddy.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, I won't be supporting this either, despite the efforts of the opposition. And it's we're building us houses and units as quickly as we can. I think it's all our job to support our elected government and the work that we do. And I think that that we are all building, municipally and provincially, houses as quickly as we can. Thank you.
Myself next, I'll turn it over to Councillor Lehman to share.
Please go ahead, Mayor.
So colleagues, I'll just be brief, and I want to thank a couple of colleagues who've outlined this very clearly. It's important to know what's before us, because I think often through the debate you can talk in a way that makes the public think that we're supporting something in a slightly different way than we are. And Councillor Rahman just recently said, what we support here is the House having a debate on the MPP's idea. That doesn't mean every piece of what he's brought forward you have to be supportive of. It just supports the discussion happening, and it is the Ontario legislature who will determine how to move forward, if at all, on this matter. But raising it in the House is something that we can support, or the committee supported, and I'm supportive of. I will say, there's talk about government and opposition. I will be clear. There is an Ontario legislature, and that legislature is the government of Ontario, and they have a government side who, when there's a majority, can make decisions independently of the members, but all members in a House get a vote and a say, whether they're opposition or they're government or they're independent. And those members can raise issues. And from time to time, I don't care who it is in the House, if there's an issue that I think should be discussed, may not agree with every detail of it, may defer to that legislative body to determine the best way forward on it, I'm going to encourage that. People encourage us to discuss things all the time, and that's fine. But they have to respect our authority to make decisions on those issues within our sphere of jurisdiction. So I don't think that I think you could put a lot more on this than there is. I think that, as Councillor Rahman said, encouraging creative ideas on the housing file is something that I think we should all be thinking of. And so I don't have a problem supporting the House debate on the councillor's motion. Now, the House may debate it and say we're not doing it. And as I said, often in the past when an issue gets raised, the government side of the legislature finds a way to do something that is a piece of that or some of it or all of it in their own way. Sometimes they actually move forward opposition motions. So this is just an opposition day motion. It's not a private member's bill. It's not anything yet. It's a debate on a subject around the sphere of housing. And the more we debate housing and housing solutions in this province, the better, because we're not going to create 1.5 million homes without thinking about creative ways to do so. So I'm going to support the committee's recommendation. I just wanted to be clear about what is actually before us, and that this municipal council is not weighing in deeply into provincial affairs here. We support a discussion, but we respect that legislature's right to determine what comes of it and what decisions and how they want to carry forward.
Thank you very much. I'll keep this very brief since much of what I want to say has already been said. I'm enthusiastically in support of this measure. And I really hope that the government takes this up and looks at what's been put forward and deals with this in a way that is nonpartisan, which I think we very badly need in this province right now. So I do want to thank MPP Kernaghan for calling this to our attention. And I think this is good policy. It's very consistent with everything we've been saying about building more units. It's very consistent with a lot of the wonderful initiatives that we've already shown in this city. And I'm disappointed to hear the opposition here. But I just want to encourage my colleagues to support this. And I hope the public will get behind this as well. Thank you.
I'm only pausing because Councillor Lehman never passed me back the chair, so he's actually chairing.
Please go ahead, Your Worship.
Thank you. Councillor Trossau slipped in there before I got the chair back. I don't have any other speakers on the speakers list on this matter, so if there are no further ones, we'll open this for voting.
Councillor Van Meerbergen, thank you. Closing the vote, motion carries 10-4.
Okay, good.
And that completes the 25th report of the Strategic Priorities and Policy Committee, with thanks to the clerks for inserting planning before corporate services so I can sit down for a couple minutes.
Okay, thank you. And with that, we have the 16th report of Planning and Environment Committee. I'll turn it over to Chair Lehman to present that report.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I'm pleased to put the 16th report of the Planning and Environment Committee on the floor. I've had requests for items number 7 and 8 to be pulled, and no others.
Okay, would any colleagues like anything else dealt with separately? There's 9 items, but 7 and 8 will be dealt with separately so far. Okay, Chair, you could craft a motion then.
Thank you. So I'll move all the items excluding 7 and 8 on the report.
Okay, moved by the Chair. Any discussion on all of the matters with the exception of 7 and 8? Seeing none, we will open that for voting when it's ready.
Closing the vote, motion carries 14-0.
Thank you. So I'll put number 7 regarding 50 King Street and 399 Rideout Street on the floor.
Okay, that's on the floor. I'll look for any discussion on this. I see 2 councillors, Councillor Ferreira and Councillor Frank, but Councillor Frank submitted a correspondence, so maybe I'll go to Councillor Frank first, then I'll go to Councillor Ferreira next.
Thank you, much appreciated. I want to share, so at planning, I was very supportive of this application. As we've talked about many times, we need more infill and density, and adding 800 units to our core I see as an excellent way to do that, and continue to invest in the vibrancy and the foot traffic that would be able to be downtown. Understanding there is some opposition from residents about heritage matters and others, I do feel that through the site plan information that will be adequately addressed. I did circulate a added amendment, and I wish I had done it at planning, but I am coming a bit late to the game. I do want to highlight that the applicant has also circulated some information to council, so if you haven't had a chance to check that out, it is wonderful information. Appreciate the work of the applicant to get it to us so quickly, given my last minute amendments. That being said, just wanted to highlight a couple things I included in the letter, being that I'm hoping to see a couple more green development standards being included within this development. I know that staff are working towards a green development standard, ideally including in site plan for next year, but in anticipation of that, given how excellent this location will be, it'll be iconic, it's going to be a huge project. It'd be great to see some of those standards being included now as we move forward. And with our climate emergency action plan, we do have this in one of our work plans as well within our strategic plan. So that all being said, I did revise a couple of the things I circulated based on the input from the applicant, trying to align more closely with what they are planning to do to make it a more green, high-density building. So I did circulate that to the clerks, and I'm not sure if they're able to pull it up. It's pretty close to what I had already circulated, but I tweaked a little bit to move it closer in line. But the 3 areas being with bird-friendly information. So as we've seen on other buildings, simply saying bird-friendly unfortunately doesn't actually always in practice result in bird-friendly buildings. Some people think if you just put a couple stickers of birds on the inside of the glass that birds won't fly into the window. Unfortunately, they continue to and will still do unless it is a very specific standard. So that's why I included that. I did tweak it a little bit, given that we don't have that CSA standard in our London plan. And then as well with the 2 items at the bottom, including solar. Again, as we know, moving forward, we need to be reducing our reliance on fossil fuels. I do know that, for example, the YOU building, which is a charity building, the new apartment building they're going to have solar on the roof and on the sides. So I do see it as an opportunity to ensure we have continued leadership in this area, and given how humongous this building will be, having opportunity for solar. As we heard from the applicant, they're planning only on the top, so I did amend that. I would love to see it on the sides, but I understand that, that might interfere with some of the windows. And then I did reduce from 10% to 5% EV charging stations. The rationale provided by the applicant made a lot of sense to me. A phase-in approach does make a lot of sense and based on what the clients are using. And then finally, the other area I was hoping to include was ensure a LEED or similar green certification is achieved. They are going through a process, I assume, to secure some federal funding, and therefore are going to align with one of the areas for green and efficient buildings in that. And that I think does highlight it. So I would like to still include these at SPA because as you know, when we have it included in site plan authority, then we're able to track it. And if I assume, of course, that the applicant will be complying with it, but it is a way for us to follow up on it. So that's a long-winded way of saying I'd love to add a couple of these amendments to make the building a little bit greener, and I think it's a great building.
Okay. The amendments will be pulled up on the screen if you've circulated them. Is there a seconder for those particular amendments? And if you need, Councillor Hopkins, you're willing to second? Okay. I'm going to let those go up. So that amendment will be moved and seconded. So what we'll do is we will start to debate the amendment. And I'll look for speakers on the amendment. Deputy Mayor Lewis. Sorry, one sec. Councillor Ferrer, I had you on the main list, so that's why I kind of skipped you on the amendment. So if you want on the amendment, let me know. Otherwise, I'll leave you on the main after the amendment's done, okay?
Thank you, Your Worship. So through you, given the initial communication that was circulated by Councillor Frank and then the response communication that we received from the applicant this morning, I'm fine with the second clause. Through you to our staff, first of all, though, I would like to ask on the final clause, ensure a level of LEED or similar green certification is achieved. The applicant indicated in their communication to us that they are building to an MSI CMHC level 3 and actually in excess of that. Would staff consider that to be comparable certification?
Go ahead.
Through you, Your Worship, that's why we actually included that through the revision, the similar or certified is achieved to help balance that out, because we're certainly not experts, and so we would rely heavily on the applicant to do so.
Go ahead.
Thank you for that. So my second question is in relation to the bird-friendly glazing, and we did receive communication that the applicant was intending on following the policies that are laid out in the London Plan. That is not what this amendment is asking for. And through you to our staff, this suggestion that the ornithological report be circulated to the advisory committee, do we consult with advisory committees during site plan approval as a matter of standard operating procedure?
Go ahead.
Through you, Your Worship, not necessarily the case. It could be on a case-by-case basis, but typically it's on an actual development application that's going through a public process.
Thank you. So I'm not sure if the mover is amenable to some change in language there, but I'm not supportive of sending it through the advisory committee. The advisory committee has had their opportunity, the Planning Advisory Committee, to comment on this file. They have done so. I do not support repeated trips to an advisory committee on the same application. I am very amenable to ensuring that the London Plan bird-friendly standards are met, but I'm not amenable to adding another process for recirculation and more comment back through the Site Plan Approval Authority, particularly as that's also not a public process. So that's not subject to a return back to council or to the public as well. So I would rather that we require the applicant just to follow the London Plan. If that language were to be changed to reflect that, I could support all three of these. Otherwise, I will ask for it to be called separately and not support the first one.
Give me 1 second. So I'm not going to have at council, people just change the wording of their motion on the fly. So I'm just determining whether or not it's contrary to the thing to allow an amendment. But I think I'm just going to make a ruling one way or the other to say, if you defeat that piece, you could add something different, even if it's similar, if that's your desire to go that way. I just need to just confer with the clerk, because I have two options here. I could allow for an amendment to the amendment if it was not contrary, and I could allow to defeat. Because if it's not contrary, then it could be amended. If it is contrary, it can be defeated, and the contrary piece can be put in its place.
So I would like you to consult the clerk on that, Mr. Chair, because I'm prepared to go to the second level of inception and amend the amendment if that's required procedurally. Yeah.
So I'm going to do the rare thing of, in order for me to make a determination on whether something is indeed complementary or contrary on something that requires a little bit of technical expertise that I don't have, I guess I need to understand either, and I can let the mover comment on this if necessary, whether the proposed different language of using the London Plan language from our staff is it similar? Like, it's not fundamentally different to what's being proposed on the floor. I'm just looking for, from a technical professional perspective, not an opinion on what is the right thing to do, if these are similar. And then if that's the case, I'm going to allow the councillor to amend it. But I need some expertise on this.
Through you, Your Worship, it falls under the general guidance to give that direction to consider bird-friendly and strikes. So they would be similar.
So I'm going to make a ruling, and then I'm going to give my colleagues an out, because I believe in getting decision-making to the point of decisions rather than talking the whole time. So here's what I'm going to do. Based on the staff's advice and the advice of the clerk, I'm going to rule that you can amend the amendment because it's not completely contrary. Now, if Councillor Frank, as the mover of the amendment, or if anybody else on council feels that I've made the wrong ruling and that they are contrary, I would suggest that you challenge the chair, you make your case through that challenge, and then we decide as a council which way to go. But my ruling, so we can move forward, is I will allow the deputy mayor to amend the amendment because it is still within the confines of creating bird-friendly policies for this particular building. So this is the point where if you want to challenge the chair, you can. Oh, Councillor Frank, you can go ahead.
I'm fine with the amendment. I will just highlight that the staff's language ends at the comma. My addition was and request, yada, yada, yada. So I just wanted to highlight that in your decision, but I'm fine with including the London Plan. The London Plan Policy 304 is included in the applicant's further communication. Simply emphasizes the importance of designing buildings and utilizing materials that reduce the risk of bird strikes on high-rise structures. So it is good but vague. So I think that is why I was hoping to follow up with more specific standards. But I will leave it in the capable hands of staff to ensure that we're using best practices. Thanks.
Okay, so this is the point where you can make the amendment. I think that was very helpful. Go ahead.
So I'm going to amend clause IV to read, to utilize visual markers, etched or stained glass to provide bird-friendly glazing, and request the applicants, oh, sorry, and that's where we get into the comma there with the councillor. So at the end of bird-friendly glazing, as consistent with London Plan section 304.
So that's the amendment, which will strike the rest of it and replace it with that. Seconder for the amendment. Councillor Stevens, a few people. Councillor Stevenson, you were fastest though. So now we're on the amended amendment, the amendment's amendment. And so I'll start a speakers list on that, which is basically changing clause IV in the way that was described, and that'll be up in just 1 second because it's moved and seconded. So any debate on that? Councilor Rahman, go ahead.
Thank you, and through you. I won't be supporting the amendment that's in front of us, nor the other amendment, but I'll speak to this one. I think that where I have some concerns is in the language that we're changing on the floor right now. I think we're leaving a lot up to interpretation during the site plan meeting, and I think that that creates some challenges going forward. So I appreciate that the applicant came back with a letter and outlined every single piece of information. So I'm confident that those things will be addressed. I'm not going to support the amendment for that reason.
I'll go to the next speaker. Councilor Trosau, go ahead.
I'm speaking only to the amendment, not to the amendment.
Yes.
Certainly not to the main motion. Okay.
That would be appropriate because that's what we're on.
I see no reason why this cannot be referred to an expert advisory committee for their opinion. There's just no reason why we can't do that. There's no procedural rule against it, and we should be getting as much information as we can, especially if we're worried that there's a little bit of ambiguity. So I'm not going to be supporting the amendment to the amendment.
Okay. Anyone else on the amendment to the amendment? Councilor Hopkins, go ahead.
Oh, I wasn't going to do this, but to the amendment, not to the main motion. As much as I appreciate Deputy Mayor's amendment, I do think it's important that council understands, realizes we are a bird-friendly city, number one. How we can strengthen our policies, I think we should be doing that. This is going to be a very tall building, if not one of the tallest buildings, and how we can create, going through this process, opportunities to make it bird-friendly is, I think, incumbent upon council to do so. So I will not be supporting the amendment to the amendment, but I will be supporting the amendment because I do think it gives us more strength as we go through the process.
Okay. I'm very impressed that everybody's getting this exactly right as you're describing it. It is a little bit complex, but everybody's doing excellent. Other speakers to the amendment to the amendment? Okay, then what we're going to do is we're going to open for voting the amendment to the amendment, which is the change that Deputy Mayor Lewis is making to the amendment just on the language associated with IV. That is going to open for voting now.
Closing the vote, motion carries 10-3 with 1 recuse.
Okay. So now that the amendment is amended, I need a new mover and seconder for that amended amendment. Councilor Frank, you're willing to move it? Okay, seconded by Deputy Mayor Lewis. Okay, so the new changed amendment now has a new mover and seconder, and we're on debate on that. It's a new motion now, so I'll start a speakers list on this amendment. Yes, go ahead.
So I'll be very brief on the new amendment. The reason I'm willing to support this is because the applicant was able to respond and has indicated that most of these are already in the plan anyway. But I do come back to, once it's approved at Planning Committee, I think it's really hazardous to start making changes, as to Councillor Rahman's point, because what we do need in our community is some surety and stability, and it's very difficult for the sector if they're not sure, even after their planning application has been approved at committee, if it's not just going to be approved at council, but if it's going to be changed with extra conditions imposed. So my original response to the original motion that was circulated would have been no. I'm supporting and I'm seconding this because of the additional information that we received in response to it today. But I would really encourage colleagues to make sure that you have those conversations with applicants in advance and have these motions come forward to committees, because that is where we should get these decisions made and some surety given. And that's why we divide up the workload by our standing committees. So, but I'm happy to support this. I'm glad that we've got to this point. I'm glad the councillor and I were able to find a common ground on the bird-friendly language as well. So thanks for the teamwork on that.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Trossau.
Very briefly, I just really want to take issue with what was respectfully, Deputy Mayor, respectfully. I really want to take issue with what was just said regarding the role of committees and full council. We do have a committee structure. There are 10 ward councillors who are not on the committee, and we are not able to attend every committee in detail, especially for something complicated like this. Several matters came up after the fact, and I think it is quite fine for us to be making these types of changes on the floor. So I reject the admonishment that it is perilous to do these types of changes. I think it's good, thorough legislative analysis. Thank you.
Councillor Frank, on the amendment.
Thank you. Yes, I just want to comment on those two comments. I'm not offended. I do think I should have done this at committee. Personally, I think that it's better when we can for debate and discussion, but I do appreciate the opportunity at council for us to make any last-minute changes. So I agree with both of you respectfully. Neither have offended me, and I think that where we can, we should be doing this as early as possible. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Rahman.
Thank you, and through you. So I'll restate my concerns on the amendment that's in front of us. My concerns go back to the correspondence received. So before I had received that correspondence, I looked at this and said this was favorable. But now looking at the correspondence that's been received, I feel like we're actually going with less standards, except when it comes to the word robust, which I just think is too subjective. So I personally won't be supporting this because I actually think we're creating some ambiguity if we rely solely on if there was a way to include the letter that was submitted from the applicant. I think then we have some ability at that point to understand where we're going in the site plan approval and to tighten that up. So if this was an exact replication of that, I think I would be more comfortable because we have then the parameters by which to hold the site plan to. This is a little bit, in my opinion, it doesn't give the same exact standard in the language. So that's where I'm struggling. I appreciate though where it's coming from and the intent. And I think that if it wasn't going to meet those intentions by the applicant, then yes, I would definitely want to include this. But seeing what the applicant submitted to us, I believe that we're getting actually what we're looking for in the end. So I think that we have to have those conversations and agree that those need to happen at planning, and also to give the applicants opportunity to respond back to us when we do have those kinds of conversations. So I just feel like it's a little bit misplaced, and that's why I won't be supporting it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other speakers on this part? This is not the main motion yet. This is the amendment, so go ahead, Councillor Lehman.
Thank you. I have concerns. This was a very high profile, arguably one of the highest profile things that have come before PEC. Councillors attend PEC numerous times, and they're welcome, and their input's welcome. This was staff supported. We had a fulsome public participation meeting. None of the issues that are on the amendment today were raised, by the way, by the public. This was passed unanimously at PEC. And that was back on October the 3rd. So yesterday, we received some additions and requiring correspondence going back and forth, which I haven't had time, quite frankly, to read them. I have barely had time to consider the amendments as put forward, to talk to the staff, to talk to the applicant, to talk to, other counselors, do my due diligence. This is why we have committee, and it was echoed by Councillor Rahman. That's just a time for committees, a time for these type of concerns to be brought forward. The applicant is here to respond on implications. Staff is here for questions. We don't have, we have more leeway in debate. The councillor is fully within her right, her legislative right to proceed with this, but I'm just not, comfortable with it. And personally, I didn't have time to fully consider the matter. So I will not be supporting this amendment.
Others? Councillor Frank, you've spoken to this, but you actually are the mover, so it's not a wrap-up, not this, a reply, yes. We'll make different sign language for reply, because that seems like wrap-up. Is there any other speakers, though, first, before I go back? And again, it's misstatements or misunderstandings of your motion that you've put on the floor, which is the amended amendment. Okay, there's no one else? Okay, I'll go to you then.
Am I able to correct a misstatement on what was communicated at PPMs? Because we did have many people say that they're concerned about the environmental impacts of the tall building. So that was communicated at the PPM, and that is where the reflection came upon me to design this motion. So it's not in my motion, but it's a misstatement about what was occurring at the PPM.
I don't want to get into cross debate. I think you just did. I think that's a good reply. I think people are ready to vote. So I'm going to open this for voting.
Councillor Trosso. Closing the vote, motion carries 8-5 with 1 recuse.
Now I need a mover for the main motion as amended. Deputy Mayor Lewis is willing to move. Councillor Frank, you're willing to second. Any discussion on the main motion as amended? Go ahead, Councillor Ferreira. I had you all the way back on that list, and so now you can go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship. So I spoke to the concerns, the environmental, the water, the wastewater, the traffic at PEC, but I'm not going to speak to that today. I heard that this is going to be an iconic building. That is true, an iconic building on iconic lands. The land is iconic. I want to bring some history to this site, just so we can consider this as we vote for the zoning bylaw amendment. So some history. The province of Ontario transferred this site's ownership from the province to the county through the County of Middlesex Act in 1979. In that transfer, the former county courthouse became a county seat, predicated on the desire to keep the historic site in public hands. At that time, funding was provided by the federal government through Parks Canada and the provincial government to the county to help with the restoration costs. There was a clear interest at all 3 levels of government, federal, local, provincial, in keeping this site publicly owned. In 2018, the 2 addresses, 50 King and 399 Rideout, were severed, raising the possibility that 50 King could be sold while 399 Rideout would remain as the county seat. In 2019, the property was sold. So there are some big issues that we haven't gotten enough attention regarding the present situation of what led us here. there's a lot of ambiguity. I hear ambiguity. The ambiguity is what has been decided for this parcel of land in the past. So what we know is that the site is a federal designated site. It's a National Historic Site. And on the Government of Canada's Parks Canada website, the boundary is described as Rideout, Dundas, King, and the Thames on the website itself. I have the link if you want to see it. So I see that the applicant has promised to preserve the land, the courthouse and the Gull, but the boundary of the land is the full boundary. So any development on that land would not be in preservation as with respect to its designation. So this runs directly contrary to the site's federal designation because it's for the whole block of the site. So the applicant can't just preserve the courthouse. It has to preserve the whole block, from what I understand. I would like to possibly go to our city solicitor to ask that question. But I think it's a valid question. You know, does this proposal directly contravene the federal designation? So I don't know how we would go about this, but I would like to have that answer.
So I can ask Mr. Card. Now, Mr. Card's, I don't know if he'll answer that in public or camera, but I'll go to Mr. Card to see if he can address the councillor's question.
Thank you, Your Worship. It is a matter that was debated by council in camera at the time, and my advice and opinions were received. I would like the same opportunity now if the current council is interested in the circumstances under which the property was transferred and the restrictions that may continue to apply.
So the solicitor who's given advice in camera in the past will do that again in camera if you need it.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would move to go in camera.
Okay, so we'll put a reason that is just solicitor-client advice. Councillor Ferrer is asking to go in camera on this matter. He'll need a seconder to do so. Councillor Trossau is willing to second. Okay, I think it's clear why the councillor wants to go in camera. So we have a moved and second motion to go in camera. I'm going to open that for voting unless anybody has anything. So this is to move into camera for solicitor-client privilege on the matter that the councillor just discussed.
Closing the vote, motion carries 9-4 with 1 recuse.
Okay, colleagues, we're going to move to committee room 5 because we have all these nice people sitting here and we're going to try not to kick them all out of the room. So we'll go back to committee room 5. It will take just a couple of minutes for those who are digital, colleagues digital, just to get the Zoom going, but it'll be the same link that you used before for the in-camera session. Okay, thank you. Please be seated. So we'll do the report out on that in-camera session later when we do all the others. Where we are is in the middle of the debate on the amended main motion. Councillor Ferreira, I'm just looking at how much time you've used up, but you can continue with any comments you have, and then I'll move to the next person on the speaker's list.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll keep this brief because a lot of questions we had in the confidential setting. So I'll just start off where I left off. So yes, I'm sure there, as we know, some national historic sites are privately owned in Canada. But this site specifically, with respect to conversion of public lands to private hands with the clear intent to develop, I do believe is an unprecedented thing. And I do believe that it will be appealed, and I believe that at that process, I'm not sure how it's going to go. So these are my concerns, and I'll just leave it right there. So I will not be supporting the committee recommendation, and I would look forward to hear any other colleagues on the floor here of what you have to say.
Okay, thank you. Other speakers on what is the main amended motion? Councillor McAllister, go ahead.
Thank you, and through you, I do think that this will be a historic development. I think it's been mentioned a few times. I'm looking forward to seeing it come to fruition. Again, it's adding to that housing continuum that we desperately need, adding to the infill, as Councillor Frank had spoke to earlier. I also actually want to applaud the developer for including the now $600,000 in terms of the in-well donation. I think that that's a real testament to partnering with our supportive housing partners. And I think that sets a very good precedent in terms of other developers maybe looking at doing future partnerships that way. So I am in support of what's being put for us today. Thank you.
Other speakers? Councillor Trossau, go ahead. I saw you first. You go ahead. I'll have Councillor Hopkins next.
I'm not going to be supporting this motion. And I'm sorry. I would have liked to have. I would have liked to have been able to come in here very enthusiastically and support this for many, many of the reasons that Councillor McAllister just correctly said. But it's too much. And there are too many outstanding issues here. And I'm not going to go back to all of the points that were raised in the committee. So I'm not going to repeat them all here. But one of the important points that I think kept coming up was that there are just too many questions. We're pushing more and more of this process to, we'll take care of it later through post-approval review. And I think that there are just too many questions that have been put on the record here, which I think makes this approval subject to question. I think there are just too many questions here that are being deferred. It reminds me a little bit of doing work on a house, and it's crooked, and you say, well, don't worry, the painter will fix it later. I think we really need to move more of this public policy discussion into the pre-approval. That's the job of this council. And as someone who was not on the committee, I feel the committee was premature, and I think that this project is too big, and I think there are too many questions. And the only final thing I want to say is I appreciate the offer of $500,000. But when you look at the enormity of this project, I would think it would be a lot higher than that, quite frankly. And I don't want to not appreciate the fact that you put something forward that you didn't have to, but that's not really significant given the size of this project. these units are probably going to go for more than that each. I don't know how much the units are going to go for, but it would be hard to imagine that they go for much less, given this market. So I am going to be reluctantly, but confidently, not supporting this motion. Thank you very much.
Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. And I do want to have take this opportunity to speak to the recommendation. I was not at Planning Committee. I will be supporting this recommendation, though, as much as I think the building is very, very high, and the affordability of having affordable units is not there. I want to thank the applicant, though, for their donation to Indwell. But I do think this is an exciting development for our downtown. This is where we need intensification. This is where it's got to happen. I am very supportive of the number of holding provisions that are in the recommendation. In particular, the H5, the public process through the site plan, given that we really don't know what's going to happen to the courthouse yet, and the heritage significance of the courthouse has its highest level of heritage. And I think it is of public interest to Londoners to see how and what is going to happen with the courthouse, and having that public process is going to be most valuable. The importance of the design of this building going forward through the site plan, I think is also I'm quite excited to see what we can do here in our city. And with that, I just want to sort of end it with, it's great to see the cranes downtown, and I hope they will continue to be seen in a downtown development. So thank you.
I have Councillor Cuddy next.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. I too will be supporting this project. I spoke at Planning that it's an exciting project. I'm looking forward to it. As my colleagues have suggested, the applicant was not required to make the contribution to Indwell. This is a great contribution. We're very grateful to them for it. And I'm excited to see cranes in the sky as well. And this is just an exciting time for the city and for downtown. Thank you.
Councillor Lehman. Oh, sorry, Deputy Mayor Lewis, then Councillor Lehman.
Thank you, Your Worship. I too will be supporting this. I think it's very worth noting that our former city planner, John Fleming, was in the gallery for the public participation on this, and actually said he was supportive of this. And this was exactly, although it's taller than the original cap envisioned, it was exactly the kind of infill and downtown density that they had envisioned when they were creating the London plan. And we had a great conversation outside the chambers as well about how, the importance of looking at density in more places than even the London plan envisioned along the primary transit corridors, for example, which is an addition that we've gone on to make some recommendations for already, and I know staff will be coming back with more of those as the rethink zoning process moves forward. So I think it speaks tremendously, and as Mr. Fleming said, this will be the image on the postcards of London 10, 15 years from now. So I think that that's noteworthy because it will be an iconic development when it's done. And I don't want to get into cross debate with any members of council, but I will say that holding provisions are a pretty regular process in planning applications, large and small, right across the city, and in fact, right across the province. It's not just our policies, it's consistent with the Ontario Planning Act as well. So I'm quite comfortable that the holding provisions will address some of the questions that are still to do, because honestly, in a private sector investment like this, they're not going to spend, I was going to say tens, but probably hundreds of thousands on more detailed reports on things like archaeological assessments and those kind of things, without first knowing whether or not there was a zoning approval in place. Why would you do a study on something that you can't even contemplate moving forward with? Once you can contemplate moving forward with it, then that's the appropriate time to undertake those studies, and that's where the holding provisions come into play. So I'm very comfortable with the holding provisions we have in place to address the outstanding concerns in this area. And I do think that at the end of the day, we will see this tower rise. I'm very confident this is a developer who's got a proven track record of building and building quality in our city. They're locally based. And that contribution back to Indwell, I know it's been referenced a couple of times, but I think that that does speak to the fact that there is a good citizen contribution for a community benefit from this application that addresses a need, because I know I've said this before at other planning committee applications, not every building is going to necessarily have an affordable housing component to it. But when we can get a commitment to supportive or public or affordable housing as part of the development agreement, the proposal that comes forward, given the lack of tools we have in the toolbox to require from the province, when an applicant is willing to voluntarily make that contribution, and particularly having identified the highest need in our housing gap right now with the supportive housing units that we need right away, and that Indwell is perfectly positioned to start being able to provide. I think that speaks volumes to not just the contribution to the community, but actually really targeting where the contribution will do the most good right now, and that's in the supportive housing area. So thank everybody for their comments on that, and I look forward to seeing this move forward.
Councillor Lehman.
Thank you, Your Worship. I remember a number of years ago, and I apologize because I'm repeating myself from committee. There have been controversial buildings downtown. One London Place, when that was built, people were concerned about the height at that time. On the heritage front, John Labatt Center, now called Budweiser Gardens, boy, was there a debate on heritage now, back then. Both buildings, I think, have been proven as to be a tremendous asset to our downtown. I think that this development will complete an important piece of our puzzle downtown. We've done great work on Dundas Street with revitalizing it. We've got some work to go on some other aspects. This is finally going to address the Forks of the Thames in a real substantial way. We're going to get people living down there, enjoying the Forks, tremendous opportunities with the promenade, et cetera, that are in the developers' plans to really make that place for all of London to enjoy. And I think it'll have the opposite effect on that prime piece of heritage that we do have with the courthouse. That's a beauty, and I think it's hidden right now that most people don't see because they're not down there. I see it when I come downtown Riverside Drive, but that's about it. We're going to get more people down in the area. It's going to energize Ride Out and Dundas and move that energy down Dundas. I once want to talk about intensification. You know, that's driven this council, and so it should, because we're addressing the challenges in housing. And you know, it's hard for that we've seen, especially, you know, being on planning, the impact that it has on those residents where intensification and infill happens. There's no question there is an impact, but it's the direction this council wants to go to address housing. It's also a direction that the London Plan foresaw, even though the London Plan was, you know, 10 years ago. The precedence there to see the importance of infill was evident, and it was really, it made an impact on me that one of the major architects of that plan was the head of planning, John Fleming, that actually spoke in favor of this project. So first time I've seen him here in front of PAC on a third-party application. So this is an exciting project. I hope you support it. I think it will be transformative for our downtown. It'll bring jobs downtown, bring business downtown, 800 people living downtown. I just think it's a win-win-win. So I can't wait to see this on a postcard someday, advertising London, Ontario.
Thank you, Councilor Lehman. I have myself next, so I'll turn the chair over to Councilor Rahman.
Thank you. Recognizing I have the chair, I'll go to Mayor Morgan.
Thank you. I'm going to make a few comments on this particular application. First, on the planning merits of the application, I think our staff have done an excellent job in the review of the application. I think they brought forward appropriate holding provisions given some of the concerns that have to be addressed on the site. And I appreciate the engagement back and forth that's happened with the applicant on some of the concerns that councillors have had. And so from a planning perspective, this is an easy development for me to support. It comes with the staff recommendation, and I appreciate the good hard work that needs to be done on an application of this scale and size in the core of the downtown. It's certainly a complex application when you think about the age of the infrastructure and the site that's being dealt with, and so I appreciate that work, and I appreciate the clear and concise recommendation. I will say I also appreciate hearing from the public on this and both the concerns they have as well as the support that came in on this sort of project and what it can do for the downtown. So let me shift for a second from the planning justification, which I think is clear and I'm very supportive of, to some of the other comments that I want to get in about this type of investment in our downtown. Make no mistake. This is a significant investment and a significant confidence in the downtown of our city. You know, people do not build 53-story buildings everywhere in this country. They build them in places where they have confidence in the future of those locations. And that is exactly what our downtown needs. We know that we have some challenges, many challenges coming out of the pandemic. We know that we've got a lot of work as a council to do to solve those. But to have someone with the confidence to make this type of significant investment in the core of our city, expressing that confidence, as well as all the other cranes in the sky to say there is a clear and important future in this part of the city, I think is something that we cannot underestimate. 800 units in that location, as colleagues have said, they will pour out into the streets. I lived in a high-density tower downtown back in my university master's days. And what did I do when I was bored in my apartment? I went out the front door, I visited local businesses, I went to local restaurants, I went to the library. I actually went to the services that were in my area, my neighborhood. This is an investment in long-term downtown vitality, as is every other significant high-density investment in our downtown. This is what will secure that upward trend of having a vibrant, revitalized, exciting downtown. When you move thousands and thousands of people into an area, that's where they live, that's where they shop, that's where they eat, that's where they go to parks, that's where they go to libraries, that's where they go to theaters, that's where they entertain themselves. And when you see that excitement there, it will draw others in. You know, we could spend all of our time trying to convince people from every corner of the city to come downtown each and every day. Or we can look at investments like this and say, this is where people can just be, and let them create that vibrancy, and that excitement will follow. And that doesn't mean that we just do this and wait and don't take any other actions. We got a lot of work to do to support the downtown. But I could tell you, since this planning application came forward, I've spoken with other mayors, and they're a little bit jealous about this type of investment in the downtown core of a city. Like, this is not something you see every day. Maybe in the Torontos or the Mississaugas or some of the very large, densely concentrated areas of the province, but not in cities of London size. This is something that is different, and this is something that will spur other confidence and other investment in our city. Yesterday, I was testifying before the House of Commons Finance Committee. And I had two members from two different parties come up to me afterwards and mention this particular project. It's on the radar. They've heard about this. I was there speaking about housing, and they said, hey, great news for your city. You've got that 53-story building coming. Like, that must be very exciting for your community. And so it is exciting. And I know that there are people who have some concerns in the immediate area, but this is a massive investment in the heart of our city. It will spur confidence in our downtown, and hopefully it will lead to many others wanting to do the same as we work to rebuild a vibrancy in this part of the city. Thank you.
I'll return the chair to you, Mayor.
Other speakers? Go ahead, Councillor Pelosi.
Thank you, Your Worship. On this application, I just wanted to thank committee and the public for all their insights in the conversation, as this is definitely a big change for London and what we've seen in the past and where we hope to be going. realize this is a forward future of what the London we want to see for people versus the status quo of where we're at. I want to thank the developer for taking their time to meet with me prior to this, going over the proposal and opportunities that we see for the community. I appreciate the donation to Endwell as they do great work in the community and help forward the strategic directives of this council, though I always have preferred to see affordable housing mixed into all buildings across the city to make sure that Londoners have access to housing in their price range where appropriate in all aspects. I'm excited for the space, the public fronting space that this development offers to bring in people who are passing by into the development to actually be part of the community space, and realizing there's such cultural heritage within this development proposal in this space. Really excited to see what we can do going forward and what the developer will do going forward to animate the space, bring in the heritage component, recognizing that Museum London's right on the doorstep of this facility, and Dundas Place that has many opportunities and has a foothold in the community of everything it can do to be animated and really bring people downtown. So happy to support this development and looking forward to this iconic development, realizing as well as we go through site plan and development concerns, and still encouraging colleagues in the public to reach out, as this is going to be a flagship development for this developer, and I have no doubt that they would like to address as many concerns as possible to make this development as community grounded as possible, to seize every opportunity to make this development everything that they hope it can be and the community hopes it can be. Thank you.
Thanks. Any other speakers? Okay, seeing none, this is the motion that we've amended. It's moved and seconded duly. I will open it for voting.
Closing the vote. Motion carries 11-2 with 1 recuse.
Chair.
Thank you. I will go now to number 8, Urban Design Peer Review Panel, issue 4.1 in the original agenda.
Okay, Chair, can you just explain what happened at committee? Because for colleagues here, this was not a matter that was finalized at committee. So I just want you to give some context on what's before us. It's actually just the letter has been forwarded here with no, could you just explain what's before us?
Sure. Due to personal matters of committee members, this item was at the end of our agenda, and we lost quorum. And at that point, before quorum was lost, we moved it down to, moved it ahead to council. There were no public speakers there to speak to the issue. I believe we received two letters to the effect for the committee. And we thought, based on that, the public had a chance to weigh in. So we thought appropriate to bring it directly to council.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is, I know that colleagues wrote a letter. I know other colleagues have suggested directions what to do with that letter, but at this point, there's nothing on the floor from committee besides please deal with this matter. So I'll go to those who wrote the letter first to potentially put something on the floor. I'll go to those who want to make changes or adjustments to the process after. Deputy Mayor Lewis, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I'm prepared to put the motion from the letter on the floor. Although I'm going to make one minor change, having spoken with Mr. Mathers, a report back from staff is not required should council move ahead and choose to dissolve the Urban Design Review Panel. So the original language from the clerk had a staff report back. I've just moved to delete that, and that the original language just be put forward without that report back clause.
Is there a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor Lehman. One sec. Just want to give me one. Okay, so you moved it. Do you want to speak to it now?
Yeah.
Okay. Then I'll start a speaker's list.
I will speak to it now, and I'm going to take the opportunity through you Chair, to ask our Deputy City Manager of some questions with regard to this, because it has been something that we've been back and forth on. So through you, for colleagues' information, does the London Plan already include urban design guidelines built into it?
Mr. Mathers.
Through your worship, so the London Plan is built on some fundamental principles. Those include include use, intensity, and form. So key component of form is urban design. It's a thread that's through the entire document. Each place type includes a discussion and a component that provides some details on form and the relevant urban design concepts. So it is very much ingrained within our London Plan, and it would not change based on what council resolves today.
So next question through you to our staff. And I think it's already been referenced, but do our planning staff review the planning applications that come before PEC with urban design considerations given when they write their reports to us with their recommendations?
Mr. Mayor, go ahead.
Through your worship, the current process is that all of the relevant applications are reviewed by city staff and then submitted to the urban design review panel, a peer review panel. So there is a design that's undertaken. Once the panel makes some commentary that complements the council, city staff's comments, and then brought to council.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Chair, we do have a process improvement table working with the industry partners in our city. Has the review by the urban design peer review panel been identified by these process improvement tables as a barrier to the speed at which applications are dealt with?
Mr. Mathers, go ahead.
Through your worship, through the various conversations we've had and at this reference group, it has been brought up that there's some concerns with the timeframes that and the fixed timing that requirements for being able to bring items to the urban to the panel, and it is very much a high priority to streamline any type of process, and this was one of the items that are up for review as part of that panel's work.
Thank you. And one final question for our staff on this. We also have a planning advisory committee. We get comments from them on all manner of things. I know heritage comes up, parking space reductions, landscaped open space. Is there anything in the terms of reference for the planning advisory committee that would prohibit an individual from offering comment on architectural design or other urban design features through that advisory committee?
Through your worship, that committee has a very broad mandate to speak to aspects. It doesn't have a requirement for someone that's has architectural background, but it wouldn't preclude someone from commenting on that as part of the applications that they review.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to Deputy City Manager Mathers for answering those questions, because they're questions that I've heard asked, and I thought it was important to get those on the public record. So colleagues, I'm going to be as brief as I possibly can here, but the Urban Design Peer Review Panel was established under the old 1989 official plan, when the official plan was really focused on height and density, and that was really it. There wasn't a lot in there about form and function, pedestrian interfaces, those kind of things. Our new plan does have those things, as we've heard, woven as a thread throughout. So this is really a body that's a leftover from a time when we did not have a process built into this. And I'm going to apologize to our staff. I do have one final question to ask. Do we have some experience on our staff team that can comment fairly on urban design components?
Through your worship, we do have urban design centered area with 3 staff positions that support urban design review.
Thank you. That's relevant because my understanding is when this panel was originally created, we had 0 staff that had that experience and expertise that they could comment on. So we have another advisory group that already comments on reports. We have staff expertise. We have a process improvement review table that has identified this as a barrier. Colleagues, what we have here, respectfully, because I appreciate the work that the members of the panel do, but it's a redundancy. And it's a redundancy that is holding up time, and for those who are building, time is money, so it is adding to costs and it's adding to timeframes for projects to move forward. While we did not have an opportunity to discuss this at committee because we did lose quorum, that is why it gets forwarded to council. So now we have an opportunity to discuss, to ask some questions here today, and to move forward on this. I would encourage colleagues to support this because it is a situation where we have staff expertise. We have another advisory panel that provides comments that is legislatively required, actually, whereas this one is not. And we've had the process improvement tables having this. I've heard allegations that this is being fast-tracked and rushed. Quite the contrary. This has followed every other agenda item on a planning agenda. It wasn't even on the added agenda. It was on the regular agenda. And as the chair indicated, we only had one request for delegation status to speak to this. This did not arise out of picking a thread out of the sky. This arose from speaking with people who are participating in our process review table, including our staff, including industry members. We saw from the London Planning Consultants Association, they polled their members and they communicated to that to us after the deadline for this agenda, that it was unanimously supported by almost 36 of their members that we go ahead and dissolve this review panel. We've heard from the London Home Builders Association on their support. We've heard from the London Development Institute on their support. And it's not because these folks don't want to build good buildings. We just dealt with an application that has some excellent architectural components built into it because people want to build nice looking buildings because that's what attracts good tenants, that's what attracts good owners to their buildings if it's condo owner occupied. So this is a situation where it's a streamlining matter. It is a cutting the red tape. It is a moving ahead on development in a manner that's respectful of our London plan, of our staff expertise, and still allows for public comment through both the advisory committee process and through public participation processes. So nothing precludes issues around urban design from being raised. It just doesn't need a special panel to deal with that and hold up our timelines by as much as 90 days.
Thank you. I have Councillor Brahman, Frank, and Ferreira on the list.
Thank you, through you. Point of information, would a referral be out of order at this time?
No, referrals are not out of order. It takes precedence. Just because a committee asks council to do something, there's many times where we've sent something to council, sent it back. So yes, referrals are in order.
Okay, thank you. I'd look to put a referral on this matter, and I'd like to refer it back to PEC.
Okay. So back to a future PEC meeting.
Back to a future PEC meeting.
Okay, seconded by a few people, Councillor Frank. So now the referral's on the floor, moved and seconded. So you want to speak to the referral now? Okay.
Thank you, and through you. So I am, aware that this topic was entertained or was to be entertained at the last PEC meeting, and I understand at the time that there may not have been much attention to the matter. I will say, however, that since that time there has been a lot of correspondence on this item, and just looking at the communication that was received from D Parks, where it says, further to the above, we noted that the motion was circulated to the UDRPRP members on Thursday, September 28th, 3 business days prior to the scheduling PEC meeting. So I think that I see the value that in having this discussion in a fulsome way with the community, and I think that we're at this point, deferring it to the next PEC meeting. We're not holding up any processes in order to do that, to have that discussion. I think that it's incumbent on us to allow those that have an opinion on this matter to be able to voice those opinions. I think it's really important to hear all sides on this matter. I mean, we're hearing from staff today, which is great, but I do think it would be wonderful to have the opportunity to consider additional questions from the community in a PEC meeting so that they can put forward those questions as well through the chair so that they can be addressed. So I'm hoping that members today of our council will support a referral back to a future PEC meeting so that we can engage in a fulsome discussion. Thank you.
Okay, so I had some people on the original speakers list, but I'm going to make a referral speakers list. So if you want to be on the referral list, I need your hands again. I have Councillor Frank.
Thank you. Yes, I appreciate this referral being brought. It is similar in spirit to what Councillor Hopkins and I were bringing, but the main idea is I also would like to have a fulsome debate on this. I'd like to hear more from staff, more from the community. What I'm trying to understand is also, of course, no one I think on this council would like to have more red tape or bureaucracy. We'd like to get rid of that. I'm happy to if it's redundant and repetitive and serves no value. I would like to understand that though, and given my correspondence with various staff members, my understanding is the review panel looks at stuff that's not just residential, that it saves time in certain instances where people don't have the ability to afford further reviews for architectural comments. For example, there's nonprofits, there's city-owned assets, there's institutional buildings, and so I would like to fully understand what those impacts are before making this decision. I agree, I'm not trying to delay it to cause more expenses occurred to developers. I simply want to understand what the impacts are before we make this decision, because I have heard actually different information than Deputy Mayor Lewis about cost and who would be incurring cost if we were to dissolve this. And I would like that information before I make a decision. And I think that there's a lot of value into hearing what the community members have to say. I know that there's only one person who had asked for delegation status at our PEC meeting. And I do think, based on what I've heard from other people, is that the timeline for them first was so tight that they didn't even know that they could delegate. They're not part of the industry, so they didn't know that that was an opportunity and that they do want to have input on this decision. So I'll be supporting this referral. Thank you.
I have Councillor Ferreira, Deputy Mayor Lewis, and Councillor McAllister so far on my list.
Thank you, and through you. I will also be supporting this referral. I do want to see more information about this. There was a speediness to this. 3 days before PEC is not enough time. I didn't see any comments from staff on any report. I feel like this council and us, we should not be sticking our heads in the sand, closing our eyes and shutting our ears. We should be trying to get as much information as possible. So this report or this referral is something that I would support at this point in time.
Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I won't be supporting the referral, which should be of surprise to no one. This matter was before PEC on October 3rd. So we've had 14 days to ask our questions of staff. Every member of council has had 14 days to ask any questions of staff that they may have had on this. So they've had 2 weeks to avail themselves of that opportunity. This was not, and I'm going to say it again, this was not rushed. This followed the regular process. It was not even the added agenda. It was the regular agenda, the same as every item on every committee agenda's timeline is. So if we want to say there wasn't enough time for this, then there's not enough time for any matter on any of our agendas, because the timelines are what they are. They are published publicly, so the public can review them. We have our meeting, we make decisions, we forward those to council. It is unfortunate that we lost quorum at Planning Committee, and I understand personal situations happen. I think it's incumbent on committee members, and I would say even beyond our committees, I'd say our boards and commissions as well. It's incumbent on those of us who serve on those committees to arrange our personal schedules as best we can to be there fully available to attend those meetings for however long they last. That said, I recognize personal circumstances arise. And that unfortunately happened on this night. But because personal circumstances arose, does not mean that we should not continue to forward those items to council and deal with them in an efficient manner, because that's what we're talking about here, is dealing with them in the regular process, holding efficient meetings. I've seen councils in the past, not this one yet, but councils in the past that have referred and referred and referred and want more information and more information, except at some point you have to make a decision. And making that decision should be done within our standard timelines, unless there's very good reason to vary from that. In terms of the communications, with the exception of a couple of individuals who regularly comment on all kinds of matters, the communications have been from those who've served on the panel or serve on the panel. And while I don't dismiss those, as I indicated, the London Planning Consultants Association polled their members last week and shared that with us. We had over 30 in unanimous support. So I think it's important to repeat that. The home builders consulted their members. The LDI consulted its membership. So there has been consultation. And when we say there's been a number of communications, I think we have to look at the fact that when the home builders are putting a communication on, or when the Planning Consultants Association is putting a communication on, that's not one communication. That's communication of an organization that's been actively participating in our process review tables. And we heard our staff say this has been identified as a barrier. So I would encourage colleagues to ask the questions you have of staff, but don't support the referral. All we're doing is postponing a decision on this. And I don't think that anybody, from what I'm hearing so far, is necessarily going to change their opinion entirely, although they may. I don't know whether they will or not, but they've had 14 days to ask the questions. So I think it's time that we make our decision and let that decision stand whichever way it turns out.
Councillor McAllister, you're next.
Thank you, and through the chair. I appreciate where both sides are coming at from this. I think the referral kind of speaks to, unfortunately, not having quorum and not being able to have that discussion. I understand the intentions, both of the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Lehman. I can understand, especially with the input from the table and trying to find those efficiencies. I'm looking at this from a different perspective, though, and the issue I'm having is I totally see, when there's redundancies, we should take those opportunities. We're trying to streamline our processes, but I'm not in favor of just outright dismissing people's input if we can amalgamate it somehow. And the issue I have with this is I just feel like it's lacking some direction. I think the reason why, going back to PEC, I know that not everyone wants to go back into it, but I think that that's the way we have to go with this, unfortunately, because we didn't have the discussion, is looking at, say, amalgamating the review panel with the Planning Advisory Committee. I believe that committee is only currently sitting at 12 and can be up to 15 members, so there is some room in terms of adding members to it. But I just think in terms of, if we're looking for those redundancies, I don't think we should just outright dismiss the input from that community. They are experts in their field. I do think that there's value in that. But personally, I think there needs to be an amalgamation, and I think that that's what unfortunately was lacking from this, is to take that group and maybe combine it with something else so that we can have 2 in 1, and that's where I'm coming at with this. Thank you.
I'm going to go to Councillor Ferreira next because you had your hand up earlier and I accidentally skipped you. Councillor McAllister got a little bonus there. Then I have Councillor Hopkins and Getty.
Thank you, through you. I am going to be speaking to after the actual motion on the floor before referral, but I just wanted to answer some points. So, is this about redundancy? I see this as accountability. I see this as an extra layer of public input and engagement. I'm trying constantly to bring more and more engagement in, and this is an area for that. I have questions. I have a lot of questions I will be asking staff on the main motion. I can do it now, but I don't think it's appropriate.
No, this is on the referral.
Yeah, on the referral. So that's the comments that I would like to make there. With respect to committee work happening at committee and not at council, I understand there was a situation at PEC which caused you to lose quorum and not be able to do that, but you should refer that back to another cycle of PEC because committee work should stay at committee. I've heard many people say it. I said it myself. This is where the work has to be done. Because we have this certain specific instance in the process that has put this here, this is still not, in my opinion, the way it should have went. It should go back to the next PEC cycle, which is why I would be supporting this referral.
Now I'll go to Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Councillor Rahman, for your referral back to PEC. It's very similar to the amendment that Councillor Frank and I would have liked to have introduced here at Council to get more information. And the more I listen here today, the more confused I am getting. about exactly what this panel does and what it's about. And I think we need that fulsome conversation at committee, engage the public to find out what exactly is the problem. If staff are saying it is creating a barrier, I want to hear that information. I want to hear the concerns of the costs, and I want to hear from the stakeholders in the community what the problem is, and if indeed we can even make it better. But we need that conversation. Here at Council is not where this should take place. I have concerns if we start getting rid of our panels at Council without full public disclosure. That is going to create a huge problem on Council as we become and should be transparent and accountable to the community that we serve to have these conversations. Not at Council where we make decisions on the floor, getting rid of panels, and who knows what other groups that we deem important to get rid of. This is not the place that we should have those discussions. We should be having them at committee. If there is a problem, I want to know if there's a problem. I've been on PEC for a number of years. I've been on Council 8 years. I know in the past we have talked about this panel. Can we improve it? Can we do a better job? But is there a concern? I want to know about that concern, if that is the case. I'm not going to get that information here at Council. It's got to come to us at committee and have that public engagement. If not, we are, in my concern, if we make a decision here at Council on this panel, we, to me, are undermining our process. And I do not want to be a part of that. I think committee work is committee work, and public engagement is something that we should foster, regardless if we agree or not with what is being said. We should have those conversations so we understand exactly what the unintended consequences of our decisions that we are making. We make them here at Council, they're made without that process. So putting the panel aside, to me, it's more of a concern about what we as a Council are undertaking and making decisions without that public process. So I will be supporting the referral. Let's have that conversation. Let's have more information. Let's have a better understanding exactly what this panel does do. And if indeed it is creating costs and delays and a barrier to staff, it's the first time I've ever heard that. It's a barrier to staff. I want to know more. And so with your referral, it will give us a better understanding. Thank you.
Councillor Cuddy.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. You know, I'll be voting against this referral. I heard my colleagues speak about red tape, and adding a referral to this is adding more red tape. And I hearken back to what Deputy Mayor Lewis said, that we've had 14 days since planning to ask questions, to engage stakeholders, which I did. I came to planning as an invited guest, and I have engaged stakeholders in the past 14 days. And I'm satisfied that I have made the right decision, and I want to proceed with this, and I think a referral is just delaying the inevitable. Thank you.
Councillor Pribble.
I as well will not support the referral, and I will support the main motion. I'm certainly against bureaucracy, and we have, if we look at our targets, 47,000 homes, and it doesn't matter if it's commercial, residential. I'm against additional committees. Let's streamline, let's focus on that. If there is any value in this, let's put it into the advisory committee. Let's have the members approach the advisory committee and say, this was the value we brought in. Let's have our staff back it, that is what we need. Let them become part of the advisory committee. Let's get rid of this committee. Let's move on, and let's stay focused on our targets. And I think that there is no need to have an additional committee whatsoever. If we see the value, if we talk about it next PAC, let's bring it back to the advisory committee. No need for an additional committee. Thank you.
Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I just wanted to quickly add that I feel ready to make a decision, and I will not be supporting the referral.
Councillor Trossau.
I'll limit my comments for now to the amendment. I don't think we're ready to make a decision on this. I think there's a lot of information that we still have to have. I heard Mr. Mathers, through the chair, say that there was a concern raised at one of the tables. Is that a concern that made its way to a council report, if I may ask?
Councillor, we're on the referral.
Should I save that?
That's more like a main motion question, unless it's absolutely critical to your vote on the referral, which you said you support.
It's not. So I'll save that. You know that question's coming.
Okay.
I'm very much.
Okay. Any other speakers who haven't spoken yet? Okay. So it's the referral that's on the floor. It's moved and seconded. So we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote. Motion fails 6-8.
Okay, so back to the main motion. Councillor Frank, you were next on the list, so go ahead. And then Councillor Ferrer, I'll get you on the list.
Thank you. Yes, I saved all my questions in hopes the referral would pass, but now I have my questions. So through the chair to staff, I'm just wondering, do you find that the work that the review panel does is redundant with the process of the design work by staff, or do they look at different things?
Mr. Mathers.
Through your worship, just to go back to what's in their terms of reference. So the terms of reference includes having at least 3 folks on that peer review panel that have an architecture background or architects. That's one of the elements that we don't have a internal staff to review. So that is an important piece of the work that they comment on when we review these applications.
Thank you. So I'll interpret that as not redundant, personally, but thank you. And then advisory committee timelines. So I'm interested in hearing more about the timelines of comparison between advisory committees and the urban design review panel. Because to me, this, based on my experience with advisory committees, most of the time items will actually come and go before an advisory committee can even have it on their agenda. So I'm wondering, given that we have, I think it's 90 days with some of these, will that even work within a cycle with an advisory committee?
Go ahead.
Through your worship, one of the concerns that's been raised is that the time frame and the number of meetings that they have with the urban design review panel, it is the same as what an advisory committee would be, which is like once a month meeting and then meeting those time frames. So it would be very similar if it was done in the design panel or if it was in the advisory committee. And with that concern that you have a fixed date that you have to be able to get your application in by a certain deadline. So it would be very similar based on what you would do there.
That is wonderful news. So if we do go this way, and I'm getting the vibes that it is going to go that way, it sounds like the timelines for the advisory committee to review the same number of applications that the review panel does will time out well, so that's good to hear. Do you feel that the London Plan is sufficient on its own to provide input on an assessment on design proposals in terms of urban design and architectural character? Again, I know you noted at the beginning that form is something it looks at, but I've read some of these applications that have come to PEC, and it highlights things like the size of the numbers on the side of the building. So I'm just wondering, is that something that the London Plan is able to comment on?
So the London Plan provides, through your worship, the London Plan provides the broad context, and that's interpreted through the lens of our planning staff and urban design staff, and then commented on by the urban peer review panel as well. So it's gone through all those lenses, but the London Plan doesn't specifically speak to like the size of lettering and things like that.
Thank you. Yes, that was my understanding as well, as the London Plan is good but vague, as I mentioned earlier, so it doesn't have the specificities that we receive from staff or the panel. Following up on similar to that, and you kind of mentioned it, but with the if the urban design review panel was dissolved, is there a potential for increased workload on city staff to make these assessments outside of the explicit scope of the London plan? So again, with form being the kind of the minimal marker, but having, you know, read these comments from the panel where they make stuff, or where they comment on things more than just form, I'm wondering, and we don't have, as you mentioned, architects on staff, is there going to be increased workload?
Through your worship, so the city staff would still go through the current review that they go through now. There may be a requirement that if you have some more sophisticated applications or some commentation, some applications that require like an architect's review, that we would have to be able to procure some of those services to be able to provide those comments. But the bulk of the work would still be completed as per what the staff do today.
Thank you. And to follow up on that, is there any estimate of cost of how much it would cost to, in a year, let's say, to hire architects to comment on these matters?
Go ahead.
Through your worship, we would go through a procurement process. We don't have any estimates of cost at this time.
Thank you. Yes, no estimate of costs. Okay, appreciate that at this time. And then I'm just checking if there's anything else. We had heard back that the review panel is a significant contributor to time delays for the approval process for SPA and ZBA applications. I'm just wondering if there's any data that shows that other than colloquial commentary from the various industries involved in the sector. Also, my understanding is that the review panel came kind of in pre-consultation phase, so maybe if you could comment on those comments.
Through the chair, so we haven't assembled that information, so we don't have that available. I can tell you that in all of my conversations with anyone from the actual development industry, they will point to those requirements and the extension of the timelines. There are 4 different deadlines that have to be met in order to bring forward an item to the panel. If it was decided to exchange the panel for moving to like one of the other committees and forward the work, that wouldn't impact the efficiency savings that you might get from complete removal of the panel, because it's just going to be adding in a different group making the same commentary. So as far as the efficiency concerns and the ability to like move applications forward, having another panel to do that is not going to provide any savings.
Appreciate that. And then my last question before I do some wrap-up comments. So again, having seen a bunch of these comments in our planning application proposals, one sticks out for me was a Huron Street application, and I remember it because the person voluntarily put in affordable housing, and very few people have actually done that this year. So I remember that in that application, the review panel noticed where the pedestrian walkways were going, and they're going to enter kind of right into where cars would be driving to get into the units. As well, again, referenced earlier, but there was some design features that were not really compliant with the London plan, so oversized lettering, which was not encouraged. So I'm wondering, those kinds of things that get caught at that stage, when will they be caught? And if they're not caught, is there any mechanism for us to start noticing if we're slipping on design characteristics?
Through the chair, so it is always the responsibility of city staff to be able to catch any kind of issues and concerns with us brought forward. If that isn't being found, then that is, and if it's a health and safety issue, then that absolutely is on us. We need to be doing that, and it's a performance issue on our part. However, it's never the responsibility for the peer review panel to catch those types of things. If they catch it, they're at that second set of eyes on it, but it is our responsibility to find those things and bring them forward to committee.
All right, thank you. Appreciate you answering all those questions, and I know that you don't have all the answers to them because we haven't asked you to do a report on this, so you wouldn't have the answers, but I appreciate the context that you're putting into. I won't be supporting this because I do think that based on the information I've been given, which doesn't allow for me to make a fulsome evaluation, but I'll do it anyway because things come to council and that's what you got to do. I won't be supporting this because it looks like it could increase costs. We might have to hire out consultants to do the architectural reviews. We don't know what those costs could be as well, given the letter circulated. There are a lot of examples where the panel reviews things that are not residential buildings, and I would hate to lose the opportunity for further review and I think a lot of the time appreciated comments on how to improve the design quality as well as the interface with the public realm. And I think that's something that I've noticed that the review panel does a really good job of is interfacing the public realm with the projects and not just these one-offs where I know that developers do their best work trying to make sure that it's an attractive place for tenants, but I think the panel catches a lot of things that the perhaps help integrate it into the community. So I won't be supporting this at this time. Thank you.
I'll just let people know the speakers list because I see some people waving. I do have some of you. I have Councillor Ferreira, Councillor Cuddy, and Councillor McAllister so far. Go ahead.
Thank you. Through you. I appreciate the comments and questions that the councillor previous to me was just asking. Some of the questions that I have are close, so I'm going to try to pull those out. But the Urban Design Peer Review Panel, what is it? It's an independent group of volunteer, pro bono, highly qualified professionals tasked with providing unique, immediate, and multidisciplinary expert opinions. They bring impartial input on planning for a more informed review process to provide expertise and guidance, which is a key part of the planning and construction process. I like to do things right, and I feel like a panel like this would help us do that. Who does the panel compose of? We have landscape designers, planners, urban designers, and architects. And the questions that was asked before is, do we have any architects in the city as it is right now? And the answer was no. So right there, that could put us into, as the councillor correctly stated, into a situation where we would have to go out and find these architects to help us in very significant or complex developments. So I have some questions that I would like to ask. Not that one, because I did already, but here's a question for staff. How much time was given to staff when this first came to PEC beforehand? Did you have the 3-day lead time as well?
Go ahead. Councillor, he needs your mic.
Through the chair, we would receive the actual language, and then we wouldn't take any kind of an action. That we weren't asked to take any action when we received the language as well. So that's the timing that we would get to be able to provide responses, and there was no questions at committee, so we didn't take any action at the time.
Thank you. So my next question, are there any other panels that would serve this function if we were to lose the Urban Design Review Panel, Policy Review Panel?
Through your worship, we don't currently have as part of a terms of reference another group or advisory group that specifically deals with urban design. Only the other group is that would have a crossover would be the planning specific group.
Thank you. Who creates or sets the items for deliberation? Who puts the items on the agenda for the Urban Design Peer Review Panel to discuss?
Through your worship, that's done by our staff. So our staff helps in the development of the design briefs, working with the applicants. There's meetings with, pre-meetings with the Urban Design Review Chair, and then this is finally brought to Urban Design Review, and our staff would then be part of those meetings and those conversations, and then the comments would then have to be assembled and put together. There's a 10-day time that the panel has to be able to provide those comments back to us, and then we take the time to take those and ensure that they can be combined with our own comments, and then we bring that back to committee.
Thank you. And as Councillor Frank asked, they meet every 30 days or every month, safe to say. So here's my next question on that one. How long does the Urban Design Peer Review Panel have to submit their comments after their meeting to planning?
Through your worship, it's 10 days after the meeting.
Thank you. So 10 days. So that could be a maximum of about 41 days, considering once a month if everything stretched out to that much. So my next question would be, how long would your average zoning bylaw amendment or development application, how long is that process on average?
Through your worship, with the changes to the legislation, we have a maximum amount of 90 days prior to us having to provide back portions of the fees.
So 90 days, 41 days. So there's no area for that to slow down the process. Is this done concurrently? Is the work on the peer review panel done concurrently with any other work after submitted for deliberation by staff or by the applicant? Can the other parties do their work as this is being discussed?
Through your worship, we tried our best to do that. If an urban design issue is the one that's kind of the sticky issue, then it would be on that critical path and may extend the process whenever we can overlap processes and do concurrent work. We do that, but in some cases, and especially if it's something that's more sophisticated development, it might require extension of the time frame to be able to get through those sticky issues.
Thank you. So it doesn't seem like removing this panel would streamline anything or speed anything up. So my question really is why? Why is this coming to council? Looking at the London Plan, what does the London Plan say about the Urban Design Review Panel, or Policy Review Panel? As a matter of fact, it does have some explicit language that gives council the ability to utilize the Urban Design Policy Review Panel, Section 306, as a matter of fact, under city building policies, because as was correctly stated, there is some vagueness in the London Plan, and the London Plan accounts for that. It recognizes that. So it adds this policy review panel to interpret that, to interpret the nuances, to interpret the confusion that could come up with significant developments. And you can look at that section. It's 306, like I said. So the risks that we have if we were to remove something like this, like I said before, it's not about redundancy, it's about the layers. It's about the layers of public engagement and about accountability and allowing ourselves to be able to achieve the best possible planning and development we can see in the city. More hands on deck is better. This panel is a nonpartisan, is a non-partial, is an unbiased, objective group that oversees this. They're all experts in the field. They work in the field currently right now, and they're not charging us for their time and their services, and they want to do it. They want to do the job, which is honestly a win-win-win-win situation. And we need to really see this as we move forward. Dissolving this panel is definitely not the way to go. It will not streamline anything. It could make our costs greater, which would be on the tax levy, and it would force us into the type of development and planning that we don't necessarily want to see. The London Plan itself could, the rigidity of the language, if it was just interpreted strictly from the language on the page,
30 seconds.
Will put us into a very boilerplate type of development. This is why we need this peer review panel to interpret the language of the London Plan so we can have the type of development that we want.
I have Councillor Cuddy next.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, I'll be supporting this motion, and I want to thank Deputy Mayor Lewis and Councillor Lehman for bringing this forward. My colleagues should be asking what the value of the UDPRP provides. The responsibility panel is to review the proposal to ensure the intent of the official plan. The relevant city policies and urban design guidelines are met. And that is also the responsibility, Your Worship, of our city staff. The dissolution of UDPRP will not result in unintended consequences, as there is a full team of competent and highly skilled city staff already reviewing applications and providing detailed urban design comments throughout the consultation and application review stages. The UDPRP is an advisory panel not unlike other advisory committees that exist. Unlike the other advisory committees, the UDPRP gets to review applications before they are submitted and have extension submissions requirements. It's a necessary step in the process. In order to increase our housing supply, we need to make significant efforts to reduce red tape. And one way to do that is to eliminate redundant reviews, such as the UDPRP. Thank you.
I have Councillor McAllister next.
Thank you, and through you. Again, I'm going to take a different approach with this, try to extend a lifeline, but I do have some questions prior to getting to that. How many people currently sit on the review panel to staff?
Go ahead, Mr. Mathers.
Through your worship, there's currently 6 members of the panel.
Okay, and thank you, and through you again, a follow-up. In terms of the Planning Advisory Committee, how many people do we currently have on that, and how many vacancies do we have?
Through your worship, I don't have that number offhand.
The clerks might have it, just give me a second.
Perfect, that's great.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, not sure of the exact number. We think it's 12, but we can certainly confirm that.
Okay, and that was my best guess too, is 12. That's the last I heard, and through you. I would like to put a, I hope this is perceived as friendly, because that's what it's intended to do. As we heard from one of the previous questions, right now, in terms of our terms of reference for the Planning Advisory Committee, urban design is not in the terms of reference. And I would like to make an amendment that we include that as the terms of reference for that committee. I know this would have to be referred back, perhaps. But knowing that there are 6 members, only 3 vacancies, perhaps looking at folding these 2 committees into each other. I do think that they provide some valuable insight. I understand all the arguments that have been made in terms of redundancies, but I do think we'll be doing a disservice to just dismiss. And I'd like to see perhaps an amendment where we can maybe expand in terms of the terms of reference and invite those members to join that committee.
Councillor, I'm going to ask you to pause for a second. So, Councillor, let me just provide a thought on this based on the advice from the clerks. To change the terms of reference at council would require very specific language in the terms of reference because the changes here happen. You could provide a direction to bring forward the terms of reference with updated language that includes this, that then would go to the committee, and then the clerks will make sure they just get all the language right in the terms. So if you want to change it today, I mean, we're probably going to need some time to work through the actual language, including a recess and all sorts of things like that. But if you want to provide the direction to do it, that's something that could be done today, and then they would have the time to bring forward the language in the terms.
No, I'd actually like to have it referred to PEC to review the terms of reference, because I do feel like that's the appropriate place for it. But I just don't want to throw it aside and all the work that these people have put into it over the years. I think that it would be valuable for PEC to at least look at that. So I would have that, if I could have that referred to PEC for review.
So one piece of information, it's actually 15 members with no vacancies, so the committee is full. And yes, but that would be an amendment. There's no friendly on the council floor, so you could bring forward an amendment to add a second piece to provide that direction, which then would come back. So we'll just need a second to work on language on that. I can look for a seconder. And then maybe before we start that debate, because I had planned on breaking at 4, let me get the language ready, see if there's a seconder, and then maybe we can take that short break for people to have the break, because it's been 3 hours, and then we can reconvene in the debate where we were after that. So we're not going to break now. I'm going to get the language, I'm going to look for a seconder, and then I'm going to look to see if someone has a break before we have the debate on the amendment. Okay, small detail, Counselor, and this is why we're working through the language. We need to know where you'd like to send it. So previous advisory committee reviews went through governance working group and then SPPC. We don't have to do it that way, but I guess what we need is a place that you'd like to land this. So the updated language for consideration would come somewhere. Where is it that you'd like it to go?
If we go to SPPC, then we could have a full discussion and everyone could be included.
Let me just read what we have, because it's your motion, so when we write it, like, the mover's got to be good with it. The motion be amended to add a Part B as follows. The terms of reference for the Community Advisory Committee on Planning be brought back to a future SPPC meeting for consideration of inclusion of urban design. Yes? Okay. So is there a seconder for that? Yes, there's a seconder in Deputy Mayor Lewis. Okay, moved and seconded. We could start a speakers list, but perhaps it is a good time for a break, so I'd look for someone to move a break. I have Councillor, so how long? 20 minutes. Moved by Councillor Ferrer for 20-minute break, seconded by Councillor Frank. All those in favor by hand?
Motion carries.
Please be seated. Okay, everyone. So where we left off was the language for the amendment is up. You can see if you flip to eScribe, it is as an added Part B. So that means you have what will become the main part of the motion, which is the motion that was brought forward about the dissolution of the panel, and then an amendment to add a second Part B, which is about the piece about updating the terms of reference to the Community Advisory Committee on Planning, which will be brought forward to a future SPPC with the language to include urban design. I will say, once the amendment is voted on, if people want to divide the vote, they can later. It's meant to be in two pieces, but we'll try to just keep the debate on the amendment and then back on the main motion. And then after that's all done, even if we divide the vote, we're not going to debate the two pieces again because we're kind of doing that now. But at the time of the voting, if someone wants to split apart, we can. So with that being said, it's moved and seconded by Councillor McAllister and Deputy Mayor Lewis. We'll have debate on Councillor McAllister's amendment. Would anybody like to speak to that? If not, then we can vote on the amendment. Councillor Hopkins?
My apologies, Your Worship. I do have a question,
Sure.
maybe through you to staff on the amendment.
Yep.
And I would like to have a better understanding if we proceed with the inclusion of the urban design to the CACP, what is going to change or how are we improving the process if we go that way? Because my concern is that we may have further delays as we're trying to streamline the process. I would like to have a better understanding, how is this streamlining the process?
It's the councillor's motion. I mean, our staff might comment on it at the time of the language review, depending on exactly what it looks like. So I guess I could go to Councillor McAllister first, and then I could ask our staff. But I don't want to have staff give the intent of what a councillor has put on the floor as a motion. So I'll go to the mover first.
Yeah, thank you, and through you to add some more clarity. I personally think there's value in adding in the urban design element to the terms of reference for this one. Obviously, that was the sole purpose when we look at the review panel. But my intention behind that was to create an avenue for the former members of that committee, or from the panel, to join the advisory committee. Obviously, they do weigh in at different points, but I do think that this gives us an opportunity to have that input from those panelists, former panelists, I guess it would be, if we go this route. But I think it also gives us the opportunity to say, when we look at the terms of reference, potentially having one member of the committee as an architect. I think that allows us to have the conversation at committee in terms of the makeup of the planning committee to see potentially if there's a role, whether we want it to be an urban planner, architect, to allow for that voice to be heard on that committee.
Councillor Hopkins.
And maybe another question, just so I understand exactly. I know the terms of reference are going to be determined at SPPC. Are we looking at implementing the whole panel itself and expanding the advisory group? Because I do know we are going to be doing reviews of our advisory groups in the new year as well. So just really want to have a better understanding exactly what we're doing here, because my concern is going to be that we are going to be bogging down the system even more so if we go through with this. And I want to make sure that there aren't any of those unintended consequences through this process.
Let me just add, Councillor, part of the reason why the clerk said unless there was very specific language posed by the councillor on changing the terms of reference, I think until you see the language and want to consider it, it's difficult to answer some of the questions you might have on that piece of that debate. Because I mean, the inclusion of urban design could be included in a number of ways, and so SPPC could obviously assess that and change it. Unless the councillor had specific language that he wanted to use tonight, this is why it was suggested that this might be a good route to go, given like the terms of reference changes would have to be very specific because they would be passed and finalized tonight if we did it at council. Councillor McAllister, go ahead.
Thank you, and through you, yeah, my whole purpose was to not necessarily tie our hands tonight, but to give the full SPPC the opportunity to weigh in terms of where they see value. Because my intention was, if we eliminate one, I don't want all of that knowledge to go nowhere. I think that they have valuable insight to offer us. But I think if we can combine, and we've done that with other committees in the past, like look at transportation, for instance. We had multiple committees that were tasked with that, and then we decided to go to an integrated committee. And I view this as a potential to have more of an integrated planning approach versus having two different groups looking at similar things.
And Your Worship, if I'm maybe asking one further question, if we proceed with this direction, until this comes to SPPC and the terms of reference are developed, the panel still exists. I just want to have. I just don't want to do something without having a full understanding.
So the answer to that is no, depending on how the vote goes, because there'll be two parts to the motion. There'll be the part that provides that staff be directed to take the necessary steps for the dissolution of the urban design peer review panel. Part B, which is Councillor McAllister's amendment. Again, you can vote on those separately if you like, but that question can't be answered until that vote happens. But yes, it's like it's contemplated that there is no urban design panel, and this process is happening after that.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And if you will allow me then to speak to the amendment, I won't be supporting it. I'll speak to, I guess, my understanding about the panel itself. And as much as I appreciate maybe there's a bit of a compromise and that we're not getting rid of it completely, I'm really not convinced that this is the direction to streamline our process, that this is the way to go. I am very supportive of the panel itself, just from my own experiences, and maybe to have a better understanding, a question through you to staff on, and this is where I'm getting confused, because I want to speak to the main motion, but I want to make comments here to the amendment and why I'm not supporting it. And with that, I am going to be asking questions of staff.
Okay, so questions on the main motion should really wait for the main motion. The councillor has an amendment. So if your questions are on the amendment, that's fine. If they're on the main motion, I would suggest you wait till the amendment's dealt with.
Okay, so I think I will just speak to why I'm not supporting the amendment and supporting the panel. And one of the reasons and my understanding about this panel and my relationship that I've had with this panel for the past number of years, I am supportive of having it. We have heard there's a lot of disinformation right now. And for us to sort of make these changes, I'm not prepared to do it because of the unintended consequences. For instance, the Urban Design Awards. We hold these every other year. They, as a former chair of PEC, I have attended and sat on the panel of these awards, seen the great development that the city has done, and learned a lot from the architects, landscapers. I understand these awards are tied to the panel. We really don't know what's going to happen now going forward. I also understand that this panel is separate, not only to civic administration, but to council, the political body. They operate individually. They have the expertise in their fields. They really do a good job in helping and assisting the urban design process. It also reviews the compliances to our policies and the London Plan. I think with that, they have a better idea, and we design our buildings in a better way for our communities. When I read the recommendations coming from our at PEC, I read the urban design reviews. They give me information as a committee member to make informative decisions. I rely on that expertise. I also have attended, and this panel is open to the public. Anyone can attend their meetings. I've attended myself, learning a little bit more. I have a number of infills in the ward that I represent, but I've also attended with residents at these panels to get more information, to have a better understanding, engaging with the public and the panel, why our policies are the way they are, why this building fits into their neighborhood. And those opportunities, I've always felt that we're better for it when it comes to decision-making. I think I mentioned the Urban Design Awards. Not sure what happens to those. Most large cities in Canada have some kind of a review. Not all of them, but a lot of them do. I know we all want to build homes. I appreciate Deputy Mayor Lewis and Councillor Lehman wanting to bring forward ways to streamline. But as we build and as we grow as a city, it is going to become even more important that we have that extra look, that extra expertise.
30 seconds, Councillor.
And I, as much as I appreciate the intent for this, not to go away completely, I'm very unsure exactly how it's going to work going forward, so I won't be supporting it.
Okay, I think I have Councillor Stevenson, I don't remember if you're on the main list or not. I had you on a list, but no? Okay. Councillor Trousseau then.
I'll limit myself to the amendment that's on the floor. I'm looking forward to speaking to the main motion later. I'm going to not be supporting the amendment. I think what it does is it waters down the expertise of the committee, and I think it's a bad idea. The example I'm thinking of is there used to be a dedicated advisory committee on heritage that was made up of people who were experts in the area of heritage. And in its wisdom, the council merged that committee with a much broader committee, even though they've retained their statutory obligation to look at heritage alteration permits. And I think that's not been I think that was not a good move. And at some point, I'd like to talk about bringing back a full Letch. And the reason why I don't think that was a good move is now you've got fewer people on that committee who are actual heritage experts, who are dedicated to the heritage issue. And in fact, and I'll ask Mr. Mathers if you can confirm this, there's been problems in terms of getting quorums at times when you had live heritage alteration applications, much to the detriment of the applicants and the neighbors. How many times did that lack of quorum occur, if I may ask?
Mr. Mathers.
Through your worship, we're tracking approximately 2 that's happened so far for that purpose, for the heritage component of it, but there could be more. That's we know at least 2.
Okay, well, that's significant, and it was significant to me because it just sort of landed right in the middle of a dispute that was going on in my ward. So I had to do a lot of extra explanation as to why the committee didn't meet. Let's just do this. I don't want to sidestep the importance of this decision by just sort of saying, well, let's take just some of these people and put them on another committee where they'll be in a minority. I think that's a little insulting to the professionals who work on this committee. And there's no reason why we couldn't get architectural, people with architectural expertise on this committee if they so choose. But to eliminate one committee and then turn around and just do a review of the terms of reference to another committee doesn't seem to be solving the problem. So I'm going to be voting against the amendment. Thank you very much.
Okay, Councilor Ferreira.
Thank you. Through you. So I appreciate what the councilors are trying to bring through with this motion, trying to save some of the expertise that's on this panel. But I'm still unconvinced on why we are looking into dissolving the panel in the first place. We've had the questions go back and forth with staff. I think it's pretty clear that the intent of this motion will not realize what it would like to do considering the information that's already been provided. And I'm not willing to concede the whole motion or just voting for something like this anticipates the dissolution of the body. So I would not be supporting the motion as it stands. I still would like to see more information coming back on any other way that we can streamline the process, but I would also need more time to consider this to be able to actually vote on it. But as of now, I wouldn't be able to support it. Additionally, we have a panel of experts, and if we were to start mixing the panel of experts with the panel of the other planning advisory committee, we would find a whole bunch of people who want to speak very technically and get very into the grains of the development or the application, and then we would have individuals seeing it from a different perspective. So I also don't think that that type of group or committee would even be able to work very well if we were to do something like that. So going back, I would not be supporting this motion as it is right now, just because I don't feel that we should be dissolving the panel as it is. The panel is needed. It's in the London Plan. It's explicitly stated. The London Plan has great urban design written all over it, and it is intended to use the urban development peer review panel to interpret the London Plan for these developments. So I can't be supporting it the way it is right now.
Other speakers to Councilor McAllister's addition? Okay, seeing none, we're going to open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 11-3.
Okay, now I need a mover and seconder for the as amended motion, which now contains two parts. I have Councilor Deputy Mayor Lewis and Councilor McAllister, sorry. So on the as amended motion, Councilor Trossau.
Is this when I get to speak to the merits of the motion?
You can speak, it's all there together now, so you can speak to any part of it you like.
Okay. First, I want to ask a question that I foreshadowed before. Something was said about concerns being raised at a table. I didn't get the name of the table or what the concerns were. Could you expand on that, please?
Absolutely. As part of our 47,000 unit framework for coming up with solutions to improving the housing supply in London, we have a table that's called the Customer Service and Process Improvement Reference Group, and it includes industry professionals, and we come up with who come up with ideas, solutions, and then we're systematically going through those ideas and the issues that they've highlighted, and to bring forward some possible positive changes.
What were the concerns, who raised them, and who were they referred to? Did it come to council? Were they shared with the architect group, or did it just stay at the table?
Through your worship, so where we're currently at, we've collected all of those comments. We've done a ranking based on a survey to all the people that are involved in that group, and then the highest category that included as streamlining our approvals process, so that was in the highest category. We are bringing forward a report on October 31st discussing the 47,000 units, and there will be an update from this committee. We weren't intending to include all of the 40 items in that list, but we would speak to what our process is and what we're trying to accomplish.
Thank you. Next question, could you very briefly talk about the difference between the professional training, educational requirements, and ethical obligations of the planning profession and the architectural profession.
Mr. Mathers, I'm not sure if that's something you have the expertise to do, but
Yeah,
you
through
can
your
give it a
worship,
go.
I could speak to the engineering profession because I am an engineer, but I don't have the specifics of the ethical requirements for the two. I'd imagine it was probably a high ethical standard for both, but I can't speak to it.
Okay, I was interested in pursuing the difference because the benefit of the panel as it is right now is it does seem to be operating at a much higher level of expertise. And I can tell you architects have a very, very, very exacting standard of code of ethics without going through them. But I guess I also want to ask about the 15 bullets. And I'm not sure who to ask because the 15 bullets came from Councillor Frank. May I ask her just to maybe talk about one or two of these bullets in terms of a success story? Or would that be out of order?
Well, through the chair, you can ask. I can ask the councillor. It'll be up to her on whether or not she wants to respond, but he wants you to comment on a few of the bullets.
Sure, yeah. I got that list from staff, so I would not be able to comment on the exact feedback that the review panel gave on those items, but those were suggested as ones where they went through the panel, received comments, made adjustments. So I included that as a list.
And I appreciate you being brief there because I think that could have opened an opportunity for additional debate. So I just want to say thank you, and that's why I will allow some of these questions. If councillors turn this into more councillors getting more time to debate, I'm not going to allow it. So I appreciate how you handled that. Go ahead, Councillor Trosa.
Okay. Now I noticed on this list of 15 bullets, most of these seem to be non-residential developments. My question for the proponents of this, that's debate, isn't it? I'm just curious why we're not limiting this change to the panel to residences, if building residences quickly is the goal, because a lot of these are non-residential properties. But I think I'm just going to close with a comment. And the comment I want to make is, here we are again, the specter of red tape. Red tape is being overused as a trope. Red tape is being used, it's being overly used as a narrative. Whenever you want to get rid of something, let's call it red tape and say, let's get rid of the red tape. But I'd like to tell you, this panel is not about red tape. This panel is about an extra assurance of quality. And I think that's evidenced by some of the things that are on this list. Now, this panel plays an important role. This panel plays an important role, and this panel plays an important role, and I think we would be losing something very rich and something very valuable if we eliminated this professional panel. And I'd like to just close by thanking everybody that's been involved with this panel for their service. It's really valued by a lot of people, and we would be losing something very important if this was taken away from us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have Deputy Mayor Lewis next on the speakers list.
Thank you, Your Worship. So on the main motion as amended, I'm going to try and be quick. I'm not going to repeat the things I said earlier. I supported Councillor McAllister's amendment because I do think, similar to the Integrated Transportation Committee or similar to the Planning Advisory Committee that we have now, it is better to not silo people off and place one group over another, that they have their discussions together and bring forward one set of recommendations to us. I can recall times in the past, Council, where the Transportation Advisory Committee and the Cycling Advisory Committee brought forward contrary recommendations to one another to planning because they weren't sitting in the same room talking to each other. And the same thing can happen here. In fact, I will point to a development that has not materialized at Oxford and First Street, where one of the challenges was the developer brought forward a proposal for an 18-story tower, and the Urban Design Review Panel told them to go higher. And they came back with a 24-story tower, and our staff said, we can't support that, it's too high. We talked about the bullet points, and I'm only going to reference a couple of the non-residential units referenced in the letter. I'll tell you, at the StarTech Community Center, we had a building that was designed with south-facing windows beside an ice rink where sunlight tends to melt ice that people are trying to skate on. At the East Lyons Community Center, we've had to do a frosting on the windows around the gymnasium because the pickleball and badminton players can't see the lines on the floor because the abundance of natural light was recommended as a great feature, but in functionality, it failed the users of those facilities, and we had to go back and make revisions. So let's not pretend that anyone ever, whether it's the Urban Design Review Panel, whether it's our staff, whether it's ourselves as council, we don't always get things right. So it's not that this expertise is so phenomenally over the top. And I will repeat what you said, Councillor Trussow. It's not that we don't appreciate their work, but it's not that it's without errors either. But the most important thing is we've heard we're going to lose this, we're going to lose that. But this panel is non-binding. All they do is provide recommendations. They don't provide the staff recommendation. They don't provide that a decision. That's council's job based on recommendations of our staff and changes that we may want to see. I think the other piece, and I'm going to address this rather than doing a reply at the end, in terms of the timelines. So it's really important to understand the difference, and I just want to make sure that we're being really clear on this. When an application goes through pre-consult, then it has to go to the Urban Design Review Panel before it can be submitted. And then, after it's submitted, it has to go to the Planning Advisory Committee Review Panel. So you're actually doing this at two different stages, which is, if you combine them, you're doing it once, in one stage. You're not having a delay between the pre-consult and the application being submitted, waiting for comment back from Urban Design. You are getting the comment through the Advisory Planning Committee. And I want to make sure through you, Your Worship, if staff can confirm that that's in fact true, that the current design review panel process is between the pre-consult and the applications being submitted, and the Planning Advisory Committee is after the application has been submitted, so it's a review process twice.
So I'll ask staff to just clarify that.
Yeah, through Your Worship, that is accurate.
Thank you. So that's why I support Councillor McAllister's amendment, and that's why I'm encouraging colleagues to support this main motion. It is important that if we're going to have urban design considerations being brought forward to us, it is brought forward with all the other considerations from the community, so that it's all there for the public participation meeting at the Planning Committee, which we have on every item for direction, rather than a pre-process and then through our staff and then through another advisory committee and then before the public. Put it in one spot where everybody can see it, and have those with urban design or architecture experience sit there with the people who also have some heritage expertise, some people who are there as community voices, some people who are there who understand what the market can bear in terms of what the cost of some of these recommendations mean for a building to come forward. Because it's great to say that these are the wonderful design elements we have, but if you're not considering the financial applications on a proposal, particularly if we're concerned about affordability, then you're not really looking at the whole picture. You're looking at things from only one lens. So
30 seconds.
I'm actually going to end it there. I just wanted to make sure that we were clear on the process, that one of the delays is that there are actually two processes, not one timeline.
I don't have any other speakers. I'm happy to divide it if people would like me to. Someone give a nod. Right now it's two pieces all day. Okay, good, okay. So the way it's constructed now, if you refresh as a part A and a part B. When I divide them, we're not debating part A and part B, so if you have something to say, now is the time. We're just going to do that for the votes because I know people want to vote separately. And so we'll deal with the part A part first, which is the taking the necessary steps for the dissolution of the panel. And then the part B will be what Councillor McAllister added to it, so you can vote on them separately. But again, we're not going to debate those two separately. The debate will end, and we'll just do the voting. So if everybody's ready to vote. Yes, Councillor Rahman, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, just to clarify, did I hear Deputy Mayor Lewis say something about a staff report as well?
I don't know, but I can go in if you want to clarify.
Just for clarification, in the original motion that the clerks had prepared to assist with this, it called for a staff report back, but in consultation with Mr. Mathers, he indicated they don't need a report back if we move ahead with the dissolution. That's why I removed that.
Yes, and the reason why that was allowed at council is because committee actually never passed anything. Everything was just sent here. So the motion that was crafted could be pretty much anything based on the communication.
Thank you, and through you. So just to follow up, there were some things that Councillor Hopkins mentioned in her speaking that I don't believe we've addressed by way of the amendment nor the main motion. So I'm just wondering when we might be able to ask some of those questions or get those addressed, because I don't think we can answer them fully here. But I'm just wondering, for instance, when it comes to the Urban Design Awards, is there any implications of not having the panel to the Urban Design Awards?
Mr. Mathers.
Through your worship, so the urban design panel was the jury for those awards. That most of the work was done on the staff side, so we would have to come up with a process if we want to continue those awards to have like a jury that would be other than the urban design panel.
Thank you, and through you, I guess maybe a question to the mayors, where do we have that discussion? Is that here right now, or is that something that needs to be included in the terms of reference that we're sending back for another committee that we're then going to come back and go to SPPC on? Is that something that I need to amend into this now, or do you think, how do I address that?
Give me 1 sec. So based on the advice of the clerk, I'm going to say your question is germane to the purpose of the motion now. If we're eliminating a panel that does another purpose, if you want to entertain a direction to have staff also come back with options for the continuance of the Urban Design Awards or the replacement of the jury or whatever you want to word it as, you could do that now if you'd like. There's nothing stopping you from doing it at a committee later, but it would be, I would see it as relevant to the motion on the floor if you'd like to add something today. But if you don't, it doesn't preclude you from doing it in the future too.
Thank you, I appreciate the clarification. I'm not sure how to word this though. Do I say to include all unintended consequences that we don't know of at this time to report back? Because that sounds to me just like asking for a staff report.
Mr. Mathers, you have something valuable?
Through your worship, just reviewing the terms of reference for the peer review panel, there's nothing in there that explicitly states that they are responsible for that activity. So we can take back and look back at the exact how the decision was made to provide them as being the jury, and then come back to committee and council with some other opportunity. But it's not specifically tied to the terms of reference of the Urban Design Review Panel.
So I don't have an answer to your question, Councillor, because, I mean, you could ask for a report that was general in nature, but I don't know what it would contain, but I'm just not sure where you want to go with that. So you have Mr. Mather's answer. I wouldn't preclude you from having an option to do that, but I don't know how you want to word that.
Thank you, and through you, Chair, I think that's where I'm struggling, is how do I word for unintended consequences of our decisions? So I guess at this time, I'll try to amend to include a staff report that perhaps addresses the dissolving of the Urban Design Panel. I'm not sure how else to word it. And unfortunately, I haven't had time to think through all of those consequences. And as we've been having this discussion, I've come to realize there are some other things we need to consider on top of design excellency. So I just want to make sure that there's a way that we can do that so that we're meeting obligations, so that we're addressing those consequences. So I'll look to move that amendment.
So happy to help you with that because I understand your intent more fully now. So if you give me a second, we will draft some language on exactly what you're trying to accomplish. Councillor, before we craft something, what we're going with this is you have one concern that you are aware of specifically. So we could say you bring back something related to the awards, and then add a little bit to the end to say and any other. I don't know what the wording is, but we'll figure it out that captures what you're trying to say. Does that sound like if we go along that lines, fair?
Thank you, and through you. That sounds fair. I think the unintended consequences is what we're trying to capture here.
Yep. Okay. Okay. I'm going to read the language. Oh, no, I'm not. The clerk is too fast for me. So the councillors check this, and then I'm going to look for a seconder. I'm just going to read it out. Motion to amend by adding a Part C that the Civic Administration be directed to provide an information report that addresses the matter of the Urban Design Awards and any other matters relevant to the dissolution of the Urban Design Peer Review Panel. Moved by Councillor Rahman, seconded by Councillor Hopkins. That's now on the floor for discussion. Councillor, do you want to? You're good. Okay. Anybody want to discuss that addition of a C? This is just an addition to the other two pieces now. We're still going to vote on them all separately. No? Okay. Then moved and seconded. We'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 13-1.
Okay, now we have a part A, B, and C. This is I need another mover for the as amended motion. I see Councillor McAllister and Deputy Mayor Lewis. There was no other debate before then. Councillor Rahman's made a motion. I'm happy to vote on these A, B, and then C. I would say, should A be defeated, we might end up making other parts of this moot, so we can deal with that at the time. So the proper order to vote on this is with A first. So A is the part about the dissolution of the panel. I'm going to open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 10-4.
Part B is the addition that Councillor McAllister added when we had that debate. So I'm going to open B for voting now. Same mover and seconder.
Closing the vote, motion carries 11-3.
And part C is the addition we just added from Councillor Rahman. So we'll put that up for voting now too.
Closing the vote, motion carries 13-1.
Thank you, Mayor. That concludes my report.
Great report, Councillor. On to Councillor 8.6, sorry, not Councillor, report 8.6, which is the 17th report of the Corporate Services Committee. I'll go to Deputy Mayor Lewis to present that report.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will put the entire report excluding item 6, the Budweiser Gardens proposed expansion, which I know Councillor Trussell wants dealt with separately, on the agenda. I've not been made aware of any others that people want dealt with separately.
Okay, so we'll deal with item 6, the Budweiser Gardens piece separately. Is there anything else that anyone would like dealt with separately? Okay, I'll let you make a motion then. And that motion is everything except 6. Okay, that's on the floor. Any discussion? I'm going to say something. Councillor Lehman, will you chair?
Please go ahead, Mayor.
I'm going to speak briefly. For those who have watched me on municipal council, you know that I speak to this every time it happens, and that's the city's credit rating. I've served every year on corporate services since I've been on council, and every year this item can be taken for granted. but it should not be. Each and every year, it requires important and diligent engagement with the credit rating agency. It requires, to achieve this, adherence to a long-term, thoughtful fiscal framework and fiscal plan the city has put forward. It is a function of not only the way that we manage our finances, but the way that the city is governed. It involves multiple successive councils adhering to a long-term fiscal plan, debt management strategy at the corporation that has been well received. And at the end of the day, what the credit rating does is it allows us to borrow money at a cheaper rate on behalf of Londoners. It allows us to invest in significant municipal infrastructure at a rate that is enviable to others who do not have the same sort of credit rating. And so I cannot let this pass us by, even though it feels like it has become routine. And I will say this year, I was away, and Deputy Mayor Lewis had to do the interview with Moody's, and he did a very good job because we still have a credit rating. He would have given me an out if we lost it this year. But multiple successful engagements by staff, councils, over many years to maintain this. I believe our biggest risk to our credit rating always is a general downgrade across the province because we are ultimately tied to the province. But comparatively, as a municipal corporation, we have done very well to maintain this over the years. And I want to thank our staff and all of the teams and all of the previous councils and all of the good policy decisions that have been made that continues to let us borrow at incredible rates on behalf of Londoners and invest in the infrastructure we need to invest with and get our money to go a little further than it otherwise would. Thank you.
Then I'll hand the chair back to you.
Okay, any other speakers? Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to point out I had great line mates in Ms. Livingston and Ms. Barbone who made sure I didn't turn the puck over and blow that credit rating score. So.
Okay, thank you. If there's no other speakers, we'll open everything but the Budweiser Gardens piece, everything on the committee's agenda for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 14-0.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm now pleased to put item 6, the Budweiser Gardens proposed expansion, on the floor.
Okay, that's on the floor. I'll look for speakers to this. Councillor Trousseau.
Yes, I've submitted a written 4-part motion to refer. I provided that to the clerk earlier. And the four parts are, you have it, it might be on the screen. Can I put that on the floor?
It's not on the screen yet. Outline what you'd like to do, Councillor, and then I will respond to it with a process on how you get to putting it on the floor.
Okay, and I did send this to the clerk earlier today. Motion to refer item 6 to Civic Administration for an additional report to include a discussion of the following. 1, provide City Council with the text of the KPMG report. 2, seek a renegotiation of the 80%, 20% cost split for terms more favorable to the city. 3, limit any extension of the food service contract to a term not to exceed 5 years. And 4, refer the approval of Phase 1 to the 2024 multi-year budget process. And that was submitted this morning.
Sure, give me 1 second. Councillor, so let me, I'm going to go to the treasurer on this. Some of the items that you've suggested in the correspondence you put forward, so be directed to seek renegotiation of the costs. That was essentially an agreement that was brought forward by our staff for consideration. So there's a possibility here that if you'd like to go and do something different, that you would defeat the proposal that was brought forward, and then you could direct staff to do something different. You could try to refer the whole thing back with context and commentary, but it wouldn't be in order to try to renegotiate the piece, given that the negotiations have happened and that is the package that's brought forward. We can accept it or defeat it. If we defeat it, we can basically go back and do any sort of negotiations we want. It doesn't preclude a different type of negotiation. So I'm trying to figure out the order of operations here, because I think that a referral of the phase one piece to the multi-year budget, yes, we could consider that. But directing the renegotiations of the terms of the agreement that has already come forward is like, the agreement has come forward. It's that one for approval or not. And if it's different, then we defeat this and then you direct something else. So I'm determining what parts of this would require you to defeat the current committee's recommendation, what parts that you could refer. And I just need a little bit of context from the Deputy City Manager on the implications of a couple of the pieces so that I can deal with your motion in the proper phases. So go ahead, Ms. Barbon.
Thank you, through your worship. So I think the motion's contrary to what we were directed to do that was brought forward in this report. So should the council wish to have something different or a different agreement or a different proposal, we would go back to the drawing board to begin discussions with OVG about Budweiser Gardens expansion. Again, so this direction in May was what brought us here today to prepare the agreement based on the proposal and do the analysis. The proposal is based on completing the work next summer so that it would be ready for the fall season to begin. Should this be referred back, we would have to begin again and work with OVG to see what proposal it would be that would come forward, noting it would be entirely different because the return on investments would change, the potential investments that both sides would be willing to put in would change because it would be a different proposal because it would be delayed at least well beyond a year from what it's anticipated based on what was put forward for council's consideration. Hope that's helpful.
So, Councillor, so parts of this you need to defeat before you can take some of these actions, the committee's recommendations. Others you could try to refer, but I think in general, if the council's will is to proceed with this, then you can't put your motion on the floor. So we have to determine that through addressing a large component of the committee's recommendation first. So I wanted to give you that advice, and then you can determine what parts you'd like to try to proceed with, and I'll let you know how to do that.
Well, why don't I do this in order to expedite this and move it along a little bit. I think I know how the vote's going to turn out. I mean, we've been through this at the committee. At the last committee, I asked a specific question. What about the 80-20 split? Can we do better than that? And your response was, if you want to have that renegotiated, there needs to be a council direction. So rather than just say shuttle the whole thing, I thought I would do some very specific things here that would allow us to proceed. That seems not to be the will of what the ruling of the chair is. So I think at that point, we can just proceed to the vote, and I'll just collect all of my comments in my 5 minutes on the main motion, rather than have a lot of procedural issues here.
Councillor, I appreciate that, and it's my ruling is based on the advice that was given from the Deputy City Manager about delaying is basically essentially constructing a new agreement. So you may as well just defeat the agreement before us, and then we're open to do that. So I appreciate you allowing us to go that route, and I'll give you your full 5 minutes to debate the item. If you'd like to do that now, you can. If you'd like to, yeah. I'm going to give some leeway to let you do that. And so what we'll do is we have the committee recommendation on the floor for debate and discussion. So who would like to discuss this? Go ahead, Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, I do not sit on the committee, and I appreciate comments, and I appreciate Councillor Trousseau's inquiries around what we're doing and how to proceed. I think it's important that as a, you know, as a committee member and as a council member that we really understand what's going on. I also have concerns about the delays that this may cause, which I do appreciate the councillor's consideration to that. I do have a quick question through you, Your Worship, about the comment around having the approval go through the budget process, the phase one, and would like to have a better understanding if that's a possibility, or where are we with the, I understand the negotiations have taken place, but as we continue with taking care of this building and going forward, where is it through the budget process, or is it there at all?
I'll go to Ms. Barbone. This is a question about the source of financing being, I mean, you addressed this a little bit at committee, but could you address it for the councillor here?
Thank you, through your worship. So there's two components to this proposal that was brought forward. There's a phase one and a phase two. So the initial proposal was presented and was hoping to go forward all at once, although given the magnitude of the ask, we knew that that would not be possible to proceed prior to the budget approval. So the proposal was crafted to be able to push out a large component of it, which would require a significant investment from the city, so that could go through the budget process, noting that the initial phase one would like to proceed initially because that's the part that would have more of the financial return that would be generated with respect to the food and beverage components that would be creating some of that initial return, and with a smaller investment from the City of London could essentially proceed, knowing that we have a source of financing that could be identified through the Tourism Reserve Fund to support the capital infrastructure. So based on the proposal that is submitted before you, the first phase was intended to be done next summer. So they would be looking for the ability to advance and based on council approval, they've already done some initial work, but the intent would be then to proceed and be able to do that work over the summer so that it's ready to go. The second phase, we are proposing be pushed to the multi-year budget, where it would be part of council's review of the multi-year budget over the period of time that council would then choose the timing and the investment through that process in conjunction with all of the other business cases that are there. So certainly it's subject to council's approval through the budget process, and you would see that business case along with all of the other business cases before council.
Through you, Your Worship, thank you. I was not able to attend corporate. I really do appreciate this information. It's important to know that the phase two process will continue as we go through the budget process. I am supportive of the recommendation. I do appreciate the councillor's oversight to the questions. I do think it's important that the delays not be had as we go forward, but look forward to the budget process with phase two.
I have Councillor Lehman next and then myself.
Thank you. I'm going to support the staff recommendation, the committee recommendation here. I've met with, over the last number of months, I've met with staff on this, and I've also met with management of Budweiser Gardens. This is a 50-year deal. The first half, we got very little percentage of the returns. We're going into the part of the deal where we get a much greater part of the returns. So what a great time to invest, get a greater share food and beverage returns that we will be investing in. This is one area of expenditures where we will actually see net proceeds coming towards the city as opposed to going out. I want to thank Ms. Barbone and the work her team did on this. I know it was extensive talks with Budweiser Gardens. What we're going to be able to do is we're going to have enhanced F&B. We're going to have back of house enhancements, because as acts are bigger now when they come on the road, London is in danger of missing the big acts, quite frankly. And what a shame, because up until now, boy, have Londoners enjoyed some terrific entertainment at Budweiser Gardens. There was some concern that we were paying for the Knights dressing room. The Knights are paying for the dressing room. We're expanding the space for sure. And let's not forget, they're our biggest tenant, and they provide a lot of revenue to the city. This is a wise business decision, and so it should be. You know, this is not roads and sewers, but the offshoot, as far as the returns on investment, we get terrific entertainment, and we bring that business into London, which is enhances our hotels, our restaurants, our shops, et cetera. So this is a very good news story, in my opinion. And I think it was well thought out to get to this point here.
Okay, I'll turn the chair over to you, Councillor Lehman.
Please go ahead, Mayor.
I'm going to ask a question of our staff, a similar question to I asked at the committee, and I just want to confirm the general numbers, because I think that there's a difference between phase 1 and phase 2. I think phase 2, which is going to require some opportunity costs and municipal decision-making in the way that we fund it, is pretty important for us to consider as part of the budget process. Phase 1, and the way that it's funded, I think, is actually a very appropriate and smart way to fund such an expansion, because the initial phases of the project in phase 1 are all meant to drive additional revenues. When you look at most of the components before it, of the enhancements to the facility, and we actually partake in the share of those additional revenues, and so it's projected that the city will get some additional funding through Budweiser Gardens, not only because of the enhancements, but also the component of the agreement that allows for a lower threshold of payback for the losses that have been incurred through COVID. So there's more front-end money coming to the municipality. Why is that important? Because the way that we would fund this is through an issuance of a debenture. If I get the numbers right, and this is the part where I'll just go to the Deputy City Manager afterwards, the funding of the principal and interest on that debenture is probably $700,000 to $1.2 million, I think was the range that was given. The amount of money that, so how would we pay for that? First, we would get additional revenues from both the new agreement as well as the activity generated at Budweiser Gardens, which has done very well since post-COVID. And so if that continues, we're going to take some of that additional revenue that we otherwise wouldn't have seen and start to put it towards the debt and principal payments. Then, if that's not quite enough to cover it, we would go to the municipal accommodation tax that's coming in each year, of which last year I think was $1.6 million. And so even if we got no additional revenues from Budweiser Gardens for some reason, we would still have enough MAT coming in to cover the debt and principal payments. And also, we're not even touching the existing outstanding balance in the municipal accommodation tax fund, which is over $3 million, if I'm correct. Okay, I see nods. Which means we can still invest in tourism-related infrastructure opportunities through the MAT, both the existing balance as well as the revenues that are coming in, and pay off the $9 million debenture with both the proceeds of the expansion and the new terms, which are more favorable to us in the way that we have to account for the losses during COVID, upfront and early on. And if that's not enough to cover, we can use a portion of the municipal accommodation tax to do it, still leaving additional room likely in the municipal accommodation tax for new opportunities. So for me, this is a way to enhance a facility in phase 1 without putting any strain at all on municipal taxpayers. In fact, it'll be mainly the activities of Budweiser Gardens and the municipal accommodation taxes flowing into the city that will help pay for phase 1 in its entirety, both principal and interest. To me, that's a creative way to have like a win-win on an expansion of what is probably one of our largest, that in the convention center, largest tourism driving centers that we have in our city, and allow it to kind of pay for itself to a certain degree, both through the activities at the facility as well as the tourism and nights and overnight stays that it drives that actually contributes to the municipal accommodation tax. It seems like a highly appropriate way to fund such an expansion. So for me, I'll be very supportive of phase 1. For phase 2, yes, it'll go through a process, and we know that that'll go through the budget process, and we can have the discussions we have to have there about the appropriateness of funding it and how we'd want to do that. But the item before us today is allowing them to proceed with phase one, which allows that money to, as soon as the enhancements are complete, to start flowing in at an additional level. The new arrangement of the way that we would not claw back as much on the debt repayment, flowing more money to the city to fund the expansion seems like a great proposal to me. So I'll be supporting it, and I hope council does as well.
I'll turn the chair back to you with Deputy Mayor Lewis on speaker's list.
Actually, I have Councillor Pelosi before, so I'll go to Councillor Pelosi first, and then I'll go to Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you to staff for your work on this. And equally as much, thank you for those in the gallery who joined us promptly at our start time, who are still here at this hour with us, and for your work and on this and for what this means to the city. Realizing that Budweiser Gardens is an important aspect in this community. It hosts items of interest for us: figure skating championships, Junos, Briars, Memorial Cups, and world-class concerts. I will note that the municipal accommodation tax collects 4% on visitor hotel stays. That comes into municipal accommodation tax, which has a very set purview of what it can be spent on, and items like this being one of them. As per another councillor's question, the London Knights dressing room, it is just the walls, floor, the facade piece of it. Anything in that dress room is still the financial responsibility of the London Knights. But I will note that the London Knights is accounting for 50% of the attendance to Budweiser Gardens and 30% of the revenue that comes in. This has big local economy impacts on downtown retailers, transportation, hotel stays, and restaurants down there. And if we want to be able to stay competitive and relevant, this investment is necessary. As a Tourism London board member, there's lots of bids confidentially behind the scenes. Each bid has different requirements that the cities and the facilities will have to be able to provide in order to host the things. And we need to stay relevant if we want to keep bringing these world-class opportunities right here to Londoners, for Londoners can stay in their hometown and enjoy it and welcome people from abroad. And with it being an older facility and keeps aging, it is our duty to keep making sure that the investments that are desperately needed in it are needed, as it is a source of revenue and entertainment. So I do see this as a good return on investment. And as the city's budget chair, I look forward to the business case coming forward. But right now, as for phase one, absolutely no concerns about the private funding, municipal accommodation tax funding, and who's paying for what. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Well, after you and our budget chair, I'm not even going to touch the financial pieces because you both covered it wonderfully. And I echo everything that both of you said there. I did want to take a moment, though, to recognize Ms. Austin and Mr. Ohl and other members of the Budweiser Gardens team who are here tonight, and thank them also for being there at the committee to answer some questions. We kind of put you on the spot. You didn't ask for a delegation, but the questions arising from committee, I used the flexibility of the chair to give you an opportunity to answer those questions. I know our tourism team is here tonight too, and whether it's Mr. Crossman in music or Mr. Jarvis in sports, Ms. Finn and Ms. Wabakowski, sorry, Nat, I always screw up your name. It's just Natalie to me. And Natalie up there, the one thing I want to underline that's really important, and Councillor Pelosi, you touched on it, but making this investment is not just about Budweiser Gardens itself, but it is about our ability to be successful bidders on bigger and better events than we have brought to the city so far. And with those come more hotel stays. But the consequences of not doing that actually becomes a depreciating return on our investment over the years as we lose that competitive advantage, as newer facilities beat us out on the bid process, and we become less competitive. So it's not just about becoming more competitive, more return on investment for the city in the long run, but it's also about not losing out on those bids in the future, because we've got a wonderful bid team. I know Ms. Dowden isn't here, and the convention center is more her facility than Budweiser Gardens, but we've got a great team that puts in great bids on a whole number of things. And we all were at AMO, and we saw the wonderful job that was done there. Budweiser Gardens is as was referenced, one of the two key things with the convention center, and it was wonderful to see the partnership during the Briar, where we had the patch at the convention center and all the Briar activities at Budweiser Gardens. That's the kind of synergy we need from a world-class facility. That's what moving forward on these proposals will do. Yes, we will see the second phase in the budget process, but I come back to, and it was mentioned by Ms. Barbone as well, there's actually a very limited time frame for contractors to get lined up and for work to be done during what is the Bud's off-season, which is really the summer months, when people are at outdoor music festivals and the Knights are in their off-season and the Lightning are in their off-season. It's the winter when that building is full and live and full of energy. So they've really got that short period of time from hockey season and basketball season ending the early part of May through to about the 1st of September when things ramp back up. So it's a limited window of time. I hope everybody will support this tonight so that they can get some contracts inked and get moving forward on these improvements and then get generating us some more revenue.
Thank you. Other speakers? Go ahead, Councillor Trosa.
At no point during this discussion have I ever suggested we shouldn't go ahead with these improvements. I wanted more transparency, and I don't think I've gotten transparency. I've raised a list of 30 questions. I don't think they were answered. Some of them were glossed over. For example, why are we not getting the KPMG report? The answer to that is there's proprietary information in there, so we can't have it. Well, we asked for the report, and we used what was in the report to justify how we got to where we are today. So I think there are questions that the public could be asking about the report. Now, we see things in the report like assumptions. Still not sure what the assumptions were, because we're just told that the assumptions are there's going to be a positive response, but we never really see what the assumptions are. Handful of variables. Never really got an answer to what those were. Language like appears to be and may have. These are all issues that could have been cleared up had we been a little bit more forthcoming in terms of the documentation. And I think a lot of the questions that I'm raising here at the end today may have gone away if we had been given a copy of the report. And I don't think the question of the report is done. I mean, it's done as far as I'm concerned with this council. But I think anybody is going to be able to file a FIPA request for the report. And I think they'll probably get most of it. Now, we're told that this is because we have to get started right away for the next season. We're proposing here an extension of the food contract until 2051. 2051. We don't have to do that tonight in order to get these improvements started. I have yet to receive a satisfactory answer as to why the extension of the food service needs to be more than 5 years. They need some improvements so they can hit the ground running next season. Fine, do them. But to 2051, that seems like a lot. And in terms of the budget process, well, I think we were told at the last meeting that it's too late to submit this to the budget process. So that's a dead question anyway. And I do look forward to some of these questions coming back in phase 2. But I just think it's really important to understand that London taxpayers have questions not about whether this is a good facility or whether you add value. That's not the question that's on the floor. The question that's been on the floor during this whole discussion is what information are we getting when? How are the decisions being made? And can we do anything? Can we do anything to improve our transparency process? And I think the answer to that is yes. Now, I suspect in the coming years, there are going to be other big projects that come to this table. And I intend to raise the same types of questions, especially when we're talking about things like extensions of a contract out to 2051. So with that, I think I'm going to leave it. If I read the room If I read the room, I don't think I'm going to do very well on the roll call, but I am going to vote no on this because I don't think my questions, which I believe were legitimate questions, were properly answered. And it's no reflection on the Knights, and it's no reflection on Bud Gardens, and it's certainly no reflection on all of you, the staff. It's about the kind of information that this council should be able to get on behalf of our constituents. Thank you very much.
Okay, that exhausts my, oh, Councillor Van Meerbergen, you had your hand up. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. When it comes to the John Labatt Center / Bud Gardens, we have to remind ourselves what London was like prior to its existence. It really is the tale of two cities. After it was created and before, so before and after, it's clear that the impact that it's had on our community is immense. The spin-offs are a myriad of spin-offs, too many to even count, that's helped our city and put our city on the map. It's loved by Londoners, it's loved by Western Ontario, and even Americans love to come up to Bud Gardens. So you can't overestimate the impact that it's had for our city. And so it truly is the gift that keeps on giving. And so let's help it do that. We have to reinvest. That's just a normal part of the cycle of these types of buildings, these types of places. And so let's help it get even better. Londoners are looking forward to an improved, even better experience at Bud Gardens. So let's say yes to this motion and get on with it. Thank you.
Okay, now that exhausts my speakers list. We have the committee recommendation on the floor. If there are no other speakers, which I see none, we're going to open that for voting.
Closing the vote. Motion carries 13-1.
Chair?
And that completes the report from the Corporate Services Committee.
Okay, I need a volunteer for added reports. It's a short one. Who would like to help me with added reports? Thanks, Councillor Rahman. Added reports, 14th report of closed session. Councillor Rahman's going to read out the report and then progress on all the other items for which we went into camera. Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you, and through you. So the 14th report of council in closed session, your council in closed session report, item number 1, lease of office space, lease agreement 520 Wellington Street, Unit 10, Centennial House, that on the recommendation of the Deputy City Manager, Finance supports with the concurrence of the Director, Fleet and Facilities on the advice of the Director, Realty Services with respect to the lease of commercial office spaces located at 520 Wellington Street, Unit 10, Centennial House, a new lease agreement, the lease between the City and Centennial House Limited, the landlord, for the lease of approximately 1,569 square feet of rentable space located at 520 Wellington Street, Unit 10, for a term of 2 years, commenced December 1st, 2023, and ending November 30th, 2025, at a net rent of $8.75 per square foot for the duration of the term, with 2 further options to renew for 2 years be approved, and that progress was made on all other items.
Okay, so that's the report on progress for all items which we went in camera, but the motion on the floor that the councillor is presenting doesn't need a seconder because it's a presentation of a closed session report. Any discussion on this? Doesn't need a seconder. Okay, we're going to open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 13-0.
Okay, there are no deferred matters, inquiries. Seeing none, there are no emergent motions. We're on to bylaws. So I know that on bylaws, there's someone declared a conflict on 50 King. So we'll do those two separately. That relates to Bill number 373 and Bill number 380. So we'll do those separate, but as a group. I guess I need to know what other. Does anybody else want anything else dealt with separately? Okay. No, there's no bylaw for that, Councillor. Thanks. Okay, so I'm going to put it all together, except for those two with the conflict. So that'll include Bills 368 through 379, excluding 373. And the added bill from the motion that was just read out. Okay, so a mover for that. Councillor Cuddy, seconded by Councillor Stevenson. There is no debate on first reading, so we'll open that for voting.
Question, which ones are we doing? Bill 369?
Yes, why, do you want that separate?
Yes.
Okay, well, that's when I asked if you wanted something separate, that was the time to suggest it.
I thought that the King Street, the urban design, the lobby register, and the Bud Gardens were matters where they were split.
Yes, and at the end of the meeting, not everybody always asks for them to be split, so that's why I usually ask if colleagues want it split. I know I myself have voted one way in the debate and just supported the bylaw, but that's up to you. So we can pull out Budweiser Gardens separate. The other ones don't have bylaws associated with them that I'm aware of. That's correct. So what we'll do is Budweiser Gardens and the 50 King separate. Everything else will be on the floor. I'll use the same mover and seconder for that. Okay? So this is not now, we're just adjusting it to not include Budweiser Gardens. Okay?
Everything else.
Everything else except for Budweiser Gardens and the two bylaws related to 50 King. Okay. Okay, that's good. Oh, mine did it twice. Don't blow up now, E-Scribe. Councillor?
Sorry, just looking at this, I do see that Bill's 380 is here, and I believe that was supposed to be pulled.
It is, but if you look, it's excluding, it's just worded a little way. The bill range, and then it says excluding 380 later in the motion.
Oh, all right, thanks.
So it's excluded.
Closing the vote, motion carries 13-0.
Second reading. Moved by Councillor McAllister, seconded by Councillor Pribble. Any debate? Seeing none, we'll open that same set for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 13-0.
Okay, third reading. Councillor Ferreira, seconded by Councillor Rahman. I will open third reading for voting as soon as it's ready.
Closing the vote, motion carries 13-0.
Okay, next we'll deal with 369, which is the Budweiser Gardens item. I'll look for a mover and a seconder for Bill 369. Councillor Cuddy, Deputy Mayor Lewis will open that bill for first reading as soon as it's ready.
Closing the vote, motion carries 12 to 1.
Okay, I look for a mover and a seconder for second reading of this bill. Moved by Councillor Stevenson, seconded by Councillor Lane. Any discussion on second reading? Okay, seeing none, we'll open that for voting moment. Okay, just so colleagues know, the second reading vote may have erred for you. We're just gonna refresh it and redo it again.
Councillors Lewis and Cuddy. Closing the vote, motion carries 12 to 1.
Okay, a mover and a seconder for third reading. Moved by Councillor Pelosa, seconded by Councillor Cuddy. I will open third reading for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 12 to 1.
Okay, next will be bills 373 and 380, which both relate to the 50 King and 399 Rideout Street property. I'll look for a mover for first reading. Councillor Stevenson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Lewis. We'll open first reading for voting as soon as we're ready.
Closing the vote, motion carries 10 to 2 with 1 recuse.
Second reading for those two bills. I'll look for a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Cuddy, seconded by Councillor Stevenson. Any discussion on second reading? Okay. As soon as it's ready.
Closing the vote, motion carries 10-2 with one recuse.
Okay, third reading. Moved by Councillor Lehman, seconded by Councillor Pelosa. We'll open third reading for voting as soon as it's ready.
Closing the vote, motion carries 10-2 with one recuse.
Okay, that's it for bylaws. Thank you, colleagues. I'll now look for a motion to adjourn, moved by Councillor Rahman, seconded by Councillor Frank. All those in favor of adjournment by hand?
That motion carries.
We are adjourned.